Almost spilt me bloody cup of tea. Good morning, all who are coming in, who are going to be present and say g'day. Let's give it a couple of minutes and we'll go from there. Good afternoon. It is the afternoon. I did forget that I bloody woke up and logged in. Went to the gym. So what have you guys been doing this morning? I hope that you're having a great day. I'm just going to share this across and then we'll get a couple of people swinging in and see how we go. But just give us 1 minute. I'm just getting a few little bits and pieces set up before we step further then into this. If you're here, hit like, hit subscribe, whatever. Help us get to the top of the pile of the live streams that are going on. Let me just post this in the Telegram group and we'll see from there. 1 second. Right. So, you got a lot to unpack. We do have a lot to unpack. I've got a lot of messages coming on, a lot of stuff coming. We have a fair bit. It has been a while for me to come back on. I am apologising. I had to sleep. I slept shockingly too. I bloody woke up to my girlfriend calling me desperately, being like, I've left something that I need today at work. Like, can you come and drop it off? And I'm like, I had like 4.5 hours sleep and I was just like, fuck. Got there, I went to the gym and then I came home, had a little bit of lunch and then came from here. So what we are going to do is we are going to look at some cameras. We're going to look over some news. We're going to look over stuff from last night as well. I believe it is a little bit about, I think it's about 8:30, like 08:30 in Israel. Yeah, it is. So it's 08:24 a.m. In Israel currently. So then we will have a look at that and what has happened then overnight with the strikes, with everything that has been going on from there. We'll just give it a couple of minutes to see how things go. I just want to try something else. If I disappear for 1 second, I just want to see what happens if I insert that. I'm not sure if you guys got an ad then or not. I'm trying to work out how this bloody works. I think I've set up some different scenes as well with OBS, and we may get some guys coming in. And I did get YouTube Premium. Actually, I'm going to annoy every single one of you guys with the YouTube Premium as well, as I got a month free trial. So it would have actually been free for me there too. So, look, one of the first things we want to do is we actually want to have a look at that music festival as well, because it is said to have many, many people have been sadly killed at this. So they're talking in the hundreds. Absolutely shocking what has happened there. And that is one of the locations where a lot of foreigners have been caught up, or at least the like Germans, Americans, things like this. It is just absolutely bloody horrible. And as we've seen, a lot of flights being cancelled. And we do know that Brazil is the head of the Security Council for the UN at the moment, and that they haven't really found to agree on what is actually going on in bloody Israel-Palestine with the Security Council. So we're going to go over bits and pieces of that as well. So no Australians yet. I don't believe so, but we are going to see. So what I am going to do is, can I pop out the chat? Bang. Right, okay. Now I have the chat individually. Okay. Okay, so now I can look at the chat over here somewhere. Great. Sorry, I'm still learning this massively. So what we are seeing, yeah, as someone says there, in Melbourne, they are protecting Jewish bits and pieces. So absolutely, we will see more of this. We are seeing more people talk about that we could see more threats go on towards Jewish places as well as Jewish people around the world as more and more is happening. So Let's have a look. Oh, thank you. Mad, though, just finished listening to your last stream, 1.5 speed. You're a machine. Thank you, brother. As well as Nopo Manachiv, I can't pronounce it, sorry, for your fantastic donation as well. Thank you. I've just chucked on that pinned comment too. If you do feel inclined to send me money, which absolutely you don't need to do that, but if you do feel inclined to do that, it's probably easier if you do it through that link at the top of the screen, just due to YouTube taking a percentage in there too as well. We'll see if this can stay monetized for any amount of time. Right. So what I do need to do is I want to swing onto my second scene. Look at this. So there's just a few little things, bits and pieces I want to show you, and I've been sent over a lot as well that I'm going to be looking down at my phone for an amount of time looking at things. So for those who didn't know, Hamas has dug in the Gaza Strip kilometers of underground tunnels and concrete bunkers 20 meters deep. So we've seen a hell of a lot of strikes going on, and I believe this is probably one of the main things where we're trying to see what is a breakthrough there. Louis B, thank you for your donation too. So this is where a lot of the strikes are going to be, is leveling areas, trying to break into some of these bloody tunnels as well. So we have some photographs here of what these tunnels are looking like. Now, it is being told that in these tunnels, these are areas where they are holding the hostages that have also been taken as well. So as you can imagine, clearing something like this with hostages, with whatever, is going to be absolutely unbelievably difficult as well. So absolutely. You have a spare stream deck from Isaac William. Yeah, bro, that would be fantastic. I've no idea how that will work, but we will see. Let's see how long we can do a stream for today. Now, we have had a lot of strikes occurring overnight. Now, I don't want to blow out anyone's bloody eardrums, so I know I did that yesterday, and I do apologise on that. So I might be able to turn some of this down, I believe. Let's see. But I want to have you guys have some audio as well as we go. So these are the strikes we saw. This is only a few hours old, but we're seeing more and more throughout Gaza here as well. Not sure if you guys can hear this. I don't want to blow. I knew I blew out everyone's eardrums very quickly bloody yesterday on this too. So as well, around Gaza, these are some of the strikes we've seen very early this morning. As the sun was rising, it is still the morning there. And like the title of this, today could be the day. I don't think it will be, but it could be one of the days where we do see some ground movement there as well. So free the nip. Thank you, Isaac. So we will see exactly what is going to happen further on today and see how this is actually going to further look as we go. So I've also been sent across a couple of messages of people of things they would like me to talk about. And if there's specific bits and pieces you'd like me to speak about, please let me know. So we will go over what we can. Joey as well with Free the Nip. So let's look over the UN Security Council. The UN Security Council has met behind closed doors in an emergency session amid the war between Israel and Hamas, but failed to achieve unanimity but needed for a joint statement. The US called for the Council's 15 members to strongly condemn Hamas, but diplomats said members led by Russia were hoping for a broader focus than condemning the Palestinian armed group. The Council met for about 90 minutes and heard a briefing from the UN Middle East envoy. So a lot is fucking getting on there too. Now, Iran has come out with some large statements as well. Let me see. I just need to go over some of this. Now, someone said it is too quiet. I've turned that up. Let's see if that is a little bit better there. Now, I need to go over a few things that are happening on my phone because then we will have a look and see how this then looks. My fucking neighbour's dog is barking. It's the littlest like shit dog ever. So, okay, that is better. Good. Now, I did, while I was in the gym this morning, write down a heap of stuff that we wanted to have a look at and talk about as well while I was listening to the new Jimmy Carr podcast with Rogan, which Jimmy Carr is my favourite comedian by a mile in that as well. Now, Israel has apparently confirmed the bodies of 260 civilians were found at the site of the music festival near the Gaza border fence. We spoke about this yesterday. That music festival for peace, we had the video there. I'll see if I can find it and show you guys a little bit later on, where we're at the music festival, just dancing, having a good time, chilling out. And then next thing, you can see in the background, like the paraglider, bloody things coming in. And then an absolute massacre has occurred at that festival, which is horrific. And now they're saying that 250 people have been killed there as well. That's what's at least being reported through. So let's have a look then at something on the old Twitter that Elon Musk actually made a statement about that I want to have a look over from actually the Iranian, well, we can't say president. I think the Iranian bloke calls himself the supreme leader of Iran, but we will have a look over what has said because, well, at least, what are they called? What is it? Al Jazeera is saying that Iran says they're not involved, saying we emphatically stand in unflinching support of Palestine. However, we are not involved in Palestine's response as it is taken solely by Palestine itself. The resolute measures taken by Palestine constitute a wholly legitimate defence against several decades of oppression, occupation and heinous crimes committed by the illegitimate Zionist regime. So that is what their thing has said. But let's have a look over Musk and then we'll go between the scenes here as well. But what I want to look at is what then the bloody supreme leader came out with. Maybe it has been deleted. Now, I think I can show it on Twitter. Here we go. So this vlog. Right. Let me find and sort this out. So here we go. So this bloke, this is this bloke, Iran's supreme leader with almost a million followers here. So what we can see is what he posted on X. Now this was Israelis trying to escape this offensive here that was absolutely horrific, and this is some of the first scenes we actually saw come out. But he has posted then on X, God willing, the cancer of the usurper Zionist regime will be eradicated at the hands of the Palestinian people and the resistance forces throughout the region. So talking about this Al-Aqsa, this was what they were calling this mission here as well. So absolutely backing that 1,000% there from that supreme leader. So this has said it violated the rules. So very, very bloody savage there that Iran, and I think it's a bit of a no shit that Iran, well, people know that Iran has some involvement in this. They're saying they've got no involvement, but a little bit like the dictator movie. It's like, no, we don't have nothing to do with that. Well, I wouldn't be surprised if there's a lot more to do with this. Now, we have some more photographs overnight as well by some of the guys who are getting back into it as well from AFP of some of the massive hits overnight. And as you can see, I'm no bomb expert, but these are a couple of 1,000-pound bombs being dropped by, we believe, F-15, F-16 mainly. We may see more on the stream in a bit of them actually flying around, but of course conducting huge strikes all over Gaza as well. So it'll be interesting to see what happens over the next couple of days. But Supreme Leader of Iran backing in there. That's some of the first big public support there. As we have seen as well, more is coming out about Hezbollah as well. So we'll have a good look over this. So what we are hearing as well, this new music festival thing is just fucking savage. And I don't know how to speak on this too much, but it's just one of those things where it's just like, you can't believe this sort of shit happens. So what's being said is that women were raped in the area of the rave next to their friends' bodies and their dead bodies. Several of the sexual assault victims appear to have been later then executed. So you can see where it's going with this, that there's just unbelievable, I can't say the R word on YouTube, I don't think, but that execution, just absolutely heinous shit that is going on. And you know, these are just people out, like people say, well, why was it on the border? Well, you know, at the end of the day, it's like you wouldn't think that would actually then be further attacked. But then we see as well that Israel has sort of has reached out to the US looking for more ammunition then as well. So, yeah, it is pretty wild. So, yeah, a couple of hundred civilians were caught up in that, we believe. Oh, sorry, where I was going was Israel has reached out to the US. They are saying for more Iron Dome ammunition as well. As we know, the Iron Dome has been very successful. It is a very, very good system, but in the same breath, it's using a hell of a lot of ammo. You know, you're firing thousands of missiles in. You know, it's using a hell of a lot. I was in a discussion earlier today with some guys talking about how the Mossad and the intelligence service haven't actually picked this up. Like, how the hell, excuse me, did those intelligence services of something this big, how did they actually not see that coming before it actually happened? Culture Voice says, do you think the US will cut funding from Ukraine to give it to them? No, I don't think that's going to happen. I think this is more going to be the PR is going to shift from Ukraine more so this way towards Israel, but I don't think we'll see any cutting off funding, at least in the beginning. I don't like the US can fund both of these, but it definitely changes the network of online media, everything around this as well. So we are having more and more strikes in Gaza. So let's have a look at then this one here as well. So I'm not sure if you guys can hear this, but we'll see. Here we're looking. And then we have, like it says here, multiple secondaries as well. So massive, massive more strikes throughout Gaza. And like we've talked about, that a lot of what will be happening is the softening up of more targets and then going on and seeing if we do get a ground invasion. I'd like to know your guys' take on this. And this is why I've logged in, because it's still the morning time in Israel. Are we going to see something they're pushing in this morning over there and see what actually occurs? Because I wouldn't be surprised if that is what we see. So at some point, I believe that Israel do have to do then a further ground invasion there. So I guess we'll see. We'll see if that happens or not. But I'd like to know what you guys would think. I wouldn't be surprised if we do see it, but I think what we're seeing is really the first bits of the. So yesterday we heard that the first stage of Israel's mission was done. What I believe most of that then would have been the deployment of forces, moving guys into areas, as well as pulling civilians out of areas that they can. So we're still in, we believe, the second phase of this conflict, but we will have to see further on what these phases actually look like and what phase is going to be at ground op. But we believe this second phase is more going to be softening up targets, deploying people into areas, staging troops to go. So as we know from last night, we have the more reserve forces up in the north of the country near Lebanon, and more of the full-time forces down in the south. And the reason we somewhat know that is that the Merkava 4 tank was retired, I believe, in 2020 from full-time force and have gone to reserve force. But what we're seeing in the north is the Merkava 3s. Sorry, I meant Merkava 3 before. Is Merkava 3 was retired from full-time force to reserve, and we're seeing those deployed up in the north. So we're probably thinking more so that is the reserve force, while we see then the full-time forces then deploy more so down into the south. Now, from the south is where we would most likely then see then a ground offensive from there. Now, I have turned up my microphone. Let me know if it needs any more. I know a lot of people get get it either quiet or loud or whatever through there. Now, I did want to have a look at this as well that I had. So The US Air Force reportedly will be deploying an additional 20 to 25 F-15 and F-35 multi-role fighter jets to the Middle East over the coming days, with the objective of this deployment being to prevent war in Israel from spreading into the remainder of the Middle East, while also acting as a deterrent against any kind of Iranian interference or aggression. So we've also seen that Polish President Duda has authorised the deployment of a Polish military contingent of 200 soldiers that have gone to Israel to help evacuate with a number of aircraft to bring out any Poles that are there. So he said that they used then their special forces in this area as well. So fucking unbelievable as well. What I did want to have a look at, and we'll have a changeover, is what then, because people have been calling this out, what United Nations Women has actually said then about what is going on. So let's have a look at their Twitter page. As we know, UN, a lot of people aren't the biggest fan of. Let's have a look at what is going on. So what people are really kicking up about is that there's been from the UN like no statement, nothing about what is actually happening. UN Women's official page has actually made no release about what has happened here against the women, of the torture, sexual assault, all of this that has happened from Hamas. But what they have made up, and this is where people are getting at, is on their Twitter. Their posts today has been that trans lesbians are lesbians and lesbian day, but nothing about this. You had one about Afghanistan, but no specific stuff about what Hamas has done to women. So it's pissed off a lot of people online as well. Just Claude says USA spicy hitters incoming for American hostages. I don't think that we'll see those hitters like on the ground pulling out yank hostages probably yet, but you know, if people don't think that there will be, you know, Western SF on the ground for embassy security, embassy work, all of this stuff, advising, whatever, absolutely going to see more and more of this as we go. Now, there's been a hell of a lot of pro-Hamas rallies around the world as well. And then we will have a look over a few bits and pieces. We'll also look over Ukraine as well. We'll look at some maps, have some updates there as well. But we did have something as well, Hezbollah having more strikes and support across the border as well. But I'm just trying to find, because I did find something on this. Oh yes, so this is what I wanted to talk about. That the Shayet 13, who is the elite commando unit of the Israeli Navy, so like Navy SEALs, has reportedly conducted an operation which resulted in the capture of the deputy commander of the Southern Division of the Hamas naval force in the Gaza Strip. So, as we know from this, the Shayet 13, so unit special forces, Israelis are conducting a lot of raids crossing into the Gaza Strip across there, and capture on kill capture missions as well in there. So hell of a lot going on, and there will be significantly more as this war moves on, or slowly at the moment. Really big couple of days, but what will be coming out today really is we're going to speak about how this is going to look over, you know, the coming, say, 24 hours, about what's going to look like from country support to Israel, pulling people out, bringing things in, as well as support then for Hamas, who supports there. We know Iran, their supreme leader, has been straight behind them, saying from there. But what we're waiting on more is there was some intelligence come out saying that there was more support from Iran into Hezbollah in Lebanon as well. So that's where we're going to see, if we see an expansion of this war, that is what we're going to see. Is we're going to see it there rather than in other places. We'll see that expansion first, and then from there we won't know exactly how it's going to look further down the line. Right. Right. So they are saying that more than 100,000 people have been displaced in Gaza. This is from Al Jazeera saying Israeli air attacks. Let me see if I can bring this up. Israeli air attacks and shelling aimed at houses and apartment buildings have displaced some 123,000 Palestinians in Gaza, according to the UN Humanitarian Relief Agency. Many of those forced to flee their homes are sheltering in some 64 schools in the coastal enclave. The UN Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs said notable buildings were destroyed by Israelis include 4 large towers with multiple floors and residential units, adding to a total of 159 housing units being destroyed, while 1,200 have suffered severe damage. And as we know, Israel did put out that to move out of the east of Gaza and get to an area where you can more central, as there was going to be targets. And they did say that we are going to have to target areas that are residential, just due to where that Hamas is actually going. So let's have a look. I just need to watch this bit of footage first before I show you guys. So this is just unbelievable. So this is what we're going to watch here. I'm going to watch drone footage of where this festival for peace was, and I think it's a bit fucking silly. People will be like, "Oh, have a this on the border of a active war zone, a conflict zone." Well, yeah, maybe, but we don't. It's still fairly far in. It's not like it's on the border, and people will jump on anything to push their agenda of this. But at the end of the day, these are civilians. These aren't targets, no matter where they are. And I said the exact same thing when Ukraine hit the Kerch Strait Bridge crossing from Crimea, and it killed 2 parents of a girl. It was people, oh, what are they doing crossing there? You're like, it doesn't matter. There's still civilians there both ways, either way. So yeah, it's probably not the best spot for it, but these are still just civilians. So let's have a watch of this bit of footage here. You see the sheer destruction here. So yeah, it's fucking horrible, and you can't blame the people who just went to a fucking festival. Now, they're not tracking the bloody what's going on. They never knew anything like this was going to happen. So this looks like the road of death caused by the US as well in the Gulf War. Captain Rom, do you think Russia and Iran are pushing for the attack of Israel in an attempt to split Western support between Ukraine and Israel, divide and conquer tactic? Well, the support between Ukraine and Israel actually hasn't been that much, so I don't know if that is like ultra concerning for Russia, but a lot of countries will have fingers in their pies going on further from there. Peter Paoletti has said Palestine-Israel conflict, just like Ukraine, killing the impunity from Western governments since 14, thousands dying for no condemnation is inevitable. Well, as I was saying, this is over the whole conflict. We've seen Israel do horrible things over the years, Palestine in this, Hamas do absolutely horrific stuff, and we've seen both in other countries you bring up as examples. So yeah, absolutely, we have seen horrific shit happen, but it doesn't mean that it's not eye for an eye. It is fucking terrible. Right, so Israeli Defence Force has announced the death of 16 additional soldiers who were killed during the surprise attack by Hamas on southern Israel on the day of the invasion. So it's still going to be further up than this, but they're saying the total death toll for the Israeli Defence Force is at 73, but we do believe it's going to be significantly more than that. And we have seen some horrible war crimes going on with everything from torture, beheadings, you name it, it's bloody happened. But what we haven't seen is, like in the past day or two, is much armor being hit. But what you're seeing is a shitload of armor moving around. So Israelis moving armor, artillery into areas, and I think what we'll see more so come of that is when, I guess, then we see a ground assault from Israel, that's when we'll see that armor roll in to Gaza, maybe firing on Lebanon, whatever from there. Lex Luthor, Lexa, oh my God, that's hard to say. Hamas needs to go. The footage has been horrific. Yeah, it has been absolutely horrific. And I spoke to a bloke last night, and he was like, man, I've been super pro-Palestine for years and years. And he's like, it's pretty hard to fucking support that now. He's like, it's just horrible. And like we've spoken about, there's going to be a lot of people on the fence who are now not on the fence, who are like, being tipped onto other sides. So it is absolutely horrible. So what are these guys saying? So this think tank says, prior to Israeli ground invasion of Gaza, the following actions will likely occur. So there will be a violent, intense period of airstrikes via fixed and rotary assets, plus naval bombardments. They'll focus on hardening the command and control locations, troop concentration, logistics hubs, ammo caches. So this is somewhat what we have seen. So here it says a violent, intense period of airstrike. So we will see this, I believe, in the next couple of days. We've seen that overnight. We've seen a hell of a lot of strikes, but I think we'll see like a really intense period. And they're saying also we could see naval bombardment there as well. And like we've spoken about, these will be focused on command and control locations, so areas where commanders are, anywhere of concentrated troops, trying to break through hardened targets, and of course logistical hubs like we just saw before in the footage we watched, where we had those secondary explosions as well, indicating fuel or ammo caches, trying to strike logistics behind the line. What was spoken about yesterday was that Hamas was able to then resupply some of their troops at the front line. So we got intel through that they were able to supply, and that was something that we weren't sure on, was how Hamas's logistical supply would actually be able to keep up with something like this. And it has actually been impressive that they've been able to put this together so far, basically being unknown to the intelligence services of this, which I don't completely believe. I don't want to sound like a conspiracist of this, but I don't fully believe also that there was nothing of this. Like, how could there be so much happen without any sort of getting caught with your pants down horribly? So I was going to say, the scale of this, of troop concentration, vehicles, all this, how could that not be seen coming, especially in such a tiny, we're talking a tiny area with a shitload of Israeli agents there, with all the ISR capability, all these assets, and you haven't seen it coming? Like, that shocks me. I'm not sure if it shocks anyone else. Arimov has said, one side dies in the name of God, the other side kills in the name of God. The second is evil. Islam will not defeat Israel. So, yeah, we'll see what end up actually happening here. Now, this is saying... sorry, I get notification. This is saying... after that intense bombardment period, then an extended period of artillery strikes via howitzers, mortars, and rocket artillery. These will focus on initial defensive positions. So we're not really sure what the defensive positions set up really are, especially with all the tunnels, cave systems that are going on. Multi-layered thrust by armoured, motorised, and mechanised forces, which will have a consistent level of support by air, arty assets. Any thrust in urban centre will be long, violent, and intensive due to the door-to-door actions that will likely be needed, especially due to the vast network of underground tunnels and locations. So, just like we've spoke about in this, this is going to be extended. This isn't an in or out. That the one thing that Israel does have on its side is basically free roaming in the air, like on the streams we're watching last night, with their real freedom of movement by especially fast air, but then in the rotary air position, like rotary air, like Apaches, yes, there has been things hit. Like, there has been some Apaches hit. I don't think taken down, but definitely been hit. But the freedom of movement for Israel in the air is very large. So we'll have that on support of then their armor going in, which is a massive advantage in a war like this. If you have that multi-layered defense of air, asset, and armor huge. That is what Ukraine is, say, lacking. That is the biggest thing Ukraine is lacking, is going to be, or actually has been over this, having any real air power or dominance in the air for their counteroffensive. But like here, violent, intensive due to the door-to-door action. So at the end of the day, if Israel do a full ground invasion like this, it is going to be a full, full door-to-door, kicking indoors, underground tunnels, and it's going to be unbelievably bloody in there as well. So we will see. What else has happened then overnight as we have been talking about this? I want to find the one about Hezbollah that we have seen. So we've got some more footage here from a few hours ago, so very early in the morning, about 1 a.m. of an ammo depot getting hit in Gaza as well. So you'll see it here pop up. So those secondary explosions and almost like the fireworks there you can see. That is very typical of hitting ammo dumps, things like this. Right, let's have a look over a little bit more news. So a senior Hamas official has said the group is holding more than 100 people captive after its attack on Israel. So we know that it probably is significantly more than that. But, well, the reason we think it's more than that is Hamas has said we have enough prisoners to free, or enough hostages to free the prisoners that Israel have. And we know that Israel have about 7,000 Palestinian prisoners. So it will be interesting to see how many are actually there. But also, how the hell is Israel actually going to clear this? You've taken hundreds, if not thousands, of prisoners, of people captive. How are you actually going to clear through that? And that is what Hamas is absolutely looking for, is a bit of a blockade behind these women and children and these prisoners, so they can have the advantage if there is an Israeli then ground assault. But yeah, it is really got very political around the world. We've seen more and more places, pretty much every bloody capital city around the world are having pro-Palestine, pro-Hamas, what are they called? Celebrations, protests, riots, things like this. And it is important to realise that there is a separation between Hamas and Palestine. But hand in hand, that is the problem, as people won't see it as different from there. And we're seeing a lot of clashes between pro-Israel and pro-Palestinian groups as well. I don't know if I'm the only one, but it is fucking wild. Every time I see the Iron Dome, I'm always really bloody impressed by it. How's your sleep after the big stream? It's bloody shocking, mate. I only slept like a few hours. I slept like 4.5, 5 hours, which sucked. I really, really wish that I had gotten more than that, but that is it. So I think it's going to be about 9 a.m., I believe. So, the reason I wanted to get on today at about this time is in case we do start seeing more stuff kicking up and going on from there. But like I said, yeah, if I am stumbling some words or whatever, I haven't really had that much sleep. But I did have a pretty bloody good gym session, so I'm very, very happy about this. And we'll also look at, we'll look over some Ukrainian maps and whatever a little bit later on. I can't show you here, of course, but there's more and more GoPro footage coming out as well from Hamas soldiers as well inside military bases, things like this, getting fucking wild. 3 Reversal. Hello, mate. I hope that you are doing well. Thank you for your sweet donation. It said, I predict the IDF, the Israeli Defence Forces, will gradually ramp up the missile strikes continuously. Palestinians aren't leaving the area. They are requesting them to stay put, the fear of God in them, into them to leave. So yeah, the Palestinians aren't leaving, but they have said they're going to have to target residential areas from there. But the Israelis will have to ramp up these airstrikes. I think we may see a bit of a lull, and then we'll see, like we were just talking about before, we will see a massive like increase in them, followed by then further artillery things from there, and then we will see further down the line a ground invasion. I wouldn't be surprised at all if we do see further ground invasion either today or tomorrow. I wouldn't be shocked in that. I guess when do you guys think we're going to see this? So how long ago? 8 hours ago, Swords of Iron, which is... So the Israeli offensive in this is being called Swords of Iron. That is what they're going on from here. So they've given an operational recap. So they haven't given how many hostages have been taken. That 700 plus Israelis have been killed. That's confirmed from Israeli Defense Force. 2,150 Israelis have been injured. That the rockets fired from Gaza are 3,284, which is less than we actually thought in the beginning. And 653 Hamas targets have been struck by Israel. So, as we know, a hell of a lot going on there. Shane, Johnny, mate, thank you for your donation. I really do appreciate that and your time spending it with me. Thanks, mate. I just want to have a look too. This is it. I don't know if anyone else, maybe I'm just a noob at this, but I'm always shocked when official channels like, the Israeli Air Force and Defense Force have they will tweet about shit and show videos and stuff. I don't know. It's just so funny thinking that war is fought just as much online as now offline. So let's see if we can translate this across. So let's have a look. I want this one. So this is on the official Israeli Defense Forces bloody thing. So it says war situation picture, IDF spokesperson's update to the public. The IDF spokesman informed that in the last 20 hours, the Israeli Defense Force carried out 4 waves of airstrikes in the Gaza Strip, during which more than 800 targets were attacked. Between 50 to 60 fighter planes participated in each wave. So 4 waves, 50 to 60 planes. So you're talking about hundreds of sorties there and 800 targets being attacked. So fucking crazy shit going down. And yeah, these are probably the biggest air attacks that we've seen. Shit. As far as this from modern Western planes, this is the biggest we've seen since the Gulf War as well. So let's have a look then back over this and see what they're saying here. So in total, since the beginning of the war, the Air Force aircraft have bombed around 2,000 weapons, and more than 1,000 tons of bomb have been dropped in Gaza. So 1,000 tons of weapons have been dropped. The first attack wave was carried out yesterday at 1500 in the afternoon. It lasted about an hour and a half, during which the Air Force dropped hundreds of tons of munitions on 120 targets in the city of Beit Hanun. So, yeah, as we know, Israel is not holding back, launching in a heap of bombs from there as well. So I'm just taking my headphones off. It's hurting my head. I don't know if any other streamers have problems, but it legitimately pulls down on my bloody head. The hard life of being a fucking internet streamer, hey? Right. So, yeah, what we haven't seen much on the streams is we haven't seen that much of the choppers in action, but we will start seeing that more. Helicopters for a ground fighting force are fucking unbelievable. To actually give support on the ground is crazy. So I think we'll see then more and more going on from there. Can you feel the dent from your headset? No, not yet, but I do not want that happening from there. Time to invest in war stocks. Well, let's actually have a look. Let's have a look and see what stock prices would you like me to actually look up. Right, so we're going to look at, let's look what Lockheed has done. So over the day, we've had a 2% increase max. Go back 5 years. So we'll see, this was Russia-Ukraine. So 18th of Feb, as we know, Russia invaded Ukraine on the 24th of Feb. Oh, the markets are open in Australia, so yeah, we'll wait for them to open. So just before here was the invasion, and then following the invasion, this is where we see this massive jump up into the 4th of March. So this is just pre-invasion, just after invasion, and the US markets, I'm being told, aren't open yet. as the Australian markets are open as well. Well, that's what I'm thinking of. But we will probably see a push up in that over the next coming hours. What time is it in the States? Oh, 11 p.m. Bloody hell. Interested in the ground control lines. Are the front lines marked? It's actually very, very hard to get an idea of where the front lines are actually sitting. It's hard to get that through of like where is the very front line, what is actually sitting where. So I think we'll get more of that, and we're waiting on some more maps and whatever to start coming out to get a further idea of what is actually happening, where is being held, where defensive lines are, if Israel can cut off Hamas logistics. So we're not 100% sure yet exactly of how that is going to look. We'll go on War Mapper and have a look and see what they've released. We'll try and see if any other mainstreams are having more updates on what they are calling where the positions are. So we know down near like Sdot, we know there's a lot going on down there, but we aren't really sure further back up. Now, we did actually forget to do something yesterday. If you guys do remember, we were going to talk. We were going to do some drone flying. If you guys would like to see that happen, let me know. Click in the chat if you want to see some more drone flying happening. So we may have that. So War Mapper's always very conservative, I think, towards some gains. But let's actually have a look over this and see then what is happening. So this, of course, is Gaza Strip where we are looking. So the bluey purple, this is Israel, Hamas, and taken by Hamas since last update. So what we have, and this map is, I believe, about 8 hours old. So this area through here was taken by Hamas during their last update. They are still making more ground. As we can see, that Hamas does hold some areas out here as well. Now, these areas, this is what's going to be incredibly hard to then actually further have bloody ground lines of communication as well as logistical supply out to here. But we can see where they have made these pushes through in these maps. Now, I just want to go down to have a look at what he says. The IDF asserts that they have gathered 100,000 Israeli troops in the south, aiming to remove Hamas's ability to wage war and oust them from power in Gaza. So this is really what we think. We think this is what Israel's going to try and do, is try and really remove any power that Hamas actually has in Palestine, in Gaza. What will be a big shift in the war. Like, this will be one of those big ones over, when something big happens around the world in sort of geopolitics and you're like, holy shit, I can't believe that was like this, and now it is like this. If that makes sense, that's what we're going to see, is if Israel actually does do this, this is the start to something that it may seem big now, but we're probably going to look back on it as significantly larger than it has been, if that then makes sense. So I think one of the big ones is going to be, what's going to be difficult is actually with Hamas getting and keeping up the supply lines, because as we know that Israel has said they've dropped thousands of tons of munitions, thousands of tons, what is so much. And what they're aiming for are command and control centers, and then the little areas of logistics, weapons, fuel, things like this. So it's going to be fucking crazy. 10th Planet Jiu-Jitsu, when are you coming to get bashed? We will come to get bashed at some point. It is going to happen, but I'm not getting bashed. I'm going to beat you guys up at the gym. So I would not be a happy ending on the ground in Gaza. Sounds like the urban hellhole for fighting. Oh, yeah. Gaza is going to be unbelievable. Like, just the density of Gaza is fucking crazy. It is so dense. There's millions of people there. Like, look at what we saw. Look at what we fucking saw in Bakhmut. Look at how intense that was. And that was fucking crazy. It was crazy. And we're talking significantly less people. Way, 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 way less civilians. Like, to the factor of hundreds times less civilians in Bakhmut. way more soldiers, way more capacity to hit things. So it's going to get really wild, really bloody quickly. Now, if I have to duck off stream, I am waiting on a package to arrive. One came and it's too big to bloody move. Let's have a look at what then. I'll have a look at this. This is what the ABC, so our tax-paid bloody thing, says here. Caught unprepared. While Israel's army has often discussed and trained for the contingency of having to simultaneously fight Hamas on its southern border and Hezbollah on its northern border, it is not something that it wants to do, particularly as it is dealing with growing unrest in the occupied West Bank and East Jerusalem. Over the next months, Israel will want to examine very closely its intelligence and military failures that allowed Hamas fighters to run rampant around southern Israel, including the massacre of 260 young people at a music festival. Surely a war crime on a major scale. And that is a war crime on an unbelievable scale. 260 people at that bloody thing of just girls and young guys going to a music festival and being bloody hit. So that is just crazy in there. But, you know, Israel has often had one of the strongest intelligence services in the world. Like, you know, the Mossad is world famous for how they do things, maybe more infamous, but world famous for intelligence gathering, all this. And then this has been an absolute lapse in how the hell has this actually been allowed to further occur. So it's going to be absolutely very, very interesting to see what is actually happening with this. Like, how the hell did that actually happen? A country which has one of the most powerful armies in the Middle East and famously forensic intelligence apparatus has been caught unprepared for a major assault on its territory. Missile attacks from Gaza into southern Israel are not uncommon. Israel's Iron Dome anti-missile system is generally able to intercept the vast majority of these missiles, but the images of Hamas gunmen prowling the streets of southern Israel and taking hostages is unprecedented, as are the pictures of Palestinian gunmen on an captured Israeli tank. And that's what we've seen. Like, this is so much more than we have seen before. That we've seen bloody Macarva tanks with guys on board dragging people out of these. It's just fucking unbelievable. And the Mossad did drop the ball. But this comes into where people are talking about, well, is there some more conspiracy in this? But they've said, people are saying it's a holiday for the Israeli troops. But the thing is, this isn't like setting up something like this for Hamas. This is months, if not years, of planning. Like planning, putting this together, putting troops in areas, staging all this, putting logistics. Like, this is months and months and months of planning to make this bloody happen. And fucking, how did they miss it? Like, yeah, just because they did it on a holiday doesn't mean this was all put together then. So it is fucking crazy. So it's going to get fucking unbelievably big very quickly. So let's have a look. There was something about Hezbollah that I wanted to have a look over as well. Right, so Israeli faces a serious crisis for decades. Military battle lines have been drawn, the US and Israel versus Iran and Hezbollah. So moving more on that. So Hezbollah, the military Shia Muslim group based in Lebanon, of course backed by Iran, is now a central play in what happens next regarding Israel. And despite Hamas starting this round of attacks, potentially greater concern to Israel is Hezbollah taking advantage of the crisis. Since Hamas attacks in southern Israel, there have been skirmishes on the northern border between Israel and Hezbollah. So Hezbollah is a proxy of Iran. It is known to tens of thousands of missiles hidden across southern Lebanon. So, as I've spoken about, that this could be a big one. That Hezbollah, oh God, of course, up in the north, we have seen them shoot missiles across waters, things like this over the past really 24 hours. We've seen that happening. But of course, they're backed by Iran. It'll just be interesting to see exactly where that actually leads to, or maybe another front line will open up. Now, we have got reports that Israel has pushed, has fired artillery back over the border there as well into Lebanon. So here we go. being reported that American officials estimate the ground operation into Gaza will start in the next 24 to 48 hours. What is... I hope we're awake to see it, because it is going to be very interesting of what actually occurs, how they're going to do it, how it's actually going to go. So Hamas has launched major rocket barrage against the airport in Tel Aviv as 2 Polish C-130 Echo Hercules transports were approaching it. We're unsure if anything actually then seeped through in that location either. So I'm sure that all of you have just seen some of the horrifying footage that has come out of bloody happening to Israeli soldiers as well on the ground. Absolutely insane. As well, someone said 2,000 dead Afghanis in a recent earthquake. Yeah, it's been a massive earthquake in Afghanistan too that has wiped out a lot of people, sadly. So this was actually footage here of the, what's it called, festival, just before then the attack took place. So very sadly, in this is, most of these people we see in this rave, in this festival, were subjected to the worst sorts of bloody crimes imaginable, and a lot of them probably aren't alive anymore, so they're just absolutely bloody horrific. So, Wall Street Journal has released that Iran helped plan Hamas's attack on Israel and gave the green light for the assault at a meeting on Monday. Which is no surprise. We know, this was planned down to a T. Like for the success that this actually had, like it had a lot of bloody success in this. It had to be planned over a number of months, probably with foreign players in this as well. So bloody, yeah, unbelievable. That's the dreaded chick chucked in the back of the truck. She's German or Israeli. She was a dual passport holder, I believe, but yes, she was German. So just horrible of how quickly things can actually change on the ground somewhere like this. Probably can't show this. Maybe I'll have a look. Let me see. I just want to listen to this first, because I can maybe show it, maybe not. No, I can't really, but you can just see there's more footage from that festival where you can see the paragliders coming in, missiles going, people trying to escape or run out from there. So it is fucking very, very crazy. Now, there's been a hell of a lot of speculation about that. Has Ukraine sold weapons to Palestine? And it just doesn't make sense. Like, it's not fair. Like, it doesn't make any sense that Ukraine would do that. One, it would completely jeopardize any further support. But then as well, like, Ukraine need those weapons desperately further also. So that I just don't believe that. It just doesn't make sense for that. It doesn't make any sense. Has there been any Russian involvement? Well, we don't really know. We know Russia and Iran are very close. So, in this as well, absolutely something like that could absolutely happen. So, yeah, we're not really sure. So, yeah, that footage we showed just before, no one is speculating, well, it's just bullshit someone made up. Well, that actually is exactly, mate, what speculation is it got made up and then it's getting shared around. So, yeah. And that's why I'm calling out that it just doesn't make sense, that it is bullshit. So, yeah, it's pretty wild, but we'll see more of this. Like, all propaganda is going to be laid in some level there too. So people are going to, as we've seen, like, with politically driven pieces like this, people are going to try and push narratives and go from there.
Terry,
So, and the biggest thing, and I think you guys are on the same page as I, is I just can't believe that the intelligence agency actually missed this. Mossad, CIA, all of these, like how they actually missed it is shocking to me. It really has opened my eyes to like, well, what the fuck? How has this gotten through? So we're having more footage of armored vehicles rolling through. So yeah, we are going to see a ground invasion just with the amount of people we're seeing cheering the soldiers moving on APCs. Let's have a look at this. They didn't miss it, really. That's impossible. I agree. Yeah, I struggle to think that it was missed. So we see these M113 vehicles here cheering on the Israeli guys as they're moving on to Gaza here, throwing food and snacks going on. So look, that's what we're going to see. Like we're going to see at some point a fucking wild ground invasion of this. I don't have any more information currently about the carrier group that has been deployed. Initially, it was told that it happened, and people said it was fake, but now we have seen that is happened. Like there is carrier groups moving in to the area from the US to provide support, and if anything further kicks off there, that they will be in location. And that's not rare. It's not rare for carrier groups to move into South China Sea, things like this as well. There's a lot of footage I just can't show you guys now. We will have a look at the live streams as well, and we'll go over exactly what has been happening as well. But as far as I'm aware, it's fairly quiet at the moment, what is going on. So here we have the news release of the headquarters of the United States Central Command. So we have US moves carrier strike group to Eastern Mediterranean. It's from Tampa, Florida. The US has begun moving the USS Gerald R. Ford carrier strike group to the Eastern Med. This includes Navy aircraft carrier mainly, and these are then the support ships of this. We've also taken steps in the augment of US Air Force F-16, F-16, A-10 fighter aircraft squadrons in the region. The US maintains ready force globally to further reinforce this posture if required. US Central Command stands firmly with our Israeli and regional partners to address the risks of any party seeking to expand the conflict. From General Michael Kurilla, Commander, US Central Command. So, US is moving in a lot of guys, or a lot of capacity guys into there to really bolster what is going further on from there. So, like someone just said, I don't think there's going to be much mercy for Gaza in this. It's going to get pretty wild, pretty bloody quickly. But we are waiting to see, as things wake up, as things happen, what is going to happen further down the line. So it's not rare to have seen Israel conduct a lot of strikes, a lot of movements in and out, and we've got more information coming through that Israeli special forces have conducted raids across. So we're probably going to see more of this. Now, a lot of the videos I'm seeing, I'm looking both Telegram as well as Twitter. So that is what we're going to be going over in this as well. How difficult are you finding monitoring two ongoing conflicts? Yeah, I'm definitely not fully monitoring both. It's like I'm monitoring both, but as well as what's happening in Ukraine, there's actually not that much really going on. It's really, this last month, it's absolutely, or last 6 weeks, it's really been slow. So it's a bit easier to actually push on this and see what's happening. But yeah, it's. I'm just overall trying to monitor what exactly is happening. Would you guys like to see? Just let us know in the chat if you would actually like to see. If you'd like to see me do an update on Ukraine, we'll go over the maps and have a look. But it will be interesting to see unfold what impact this actually then has further on Ukraine. So B says, a weird one for you, Will. There's an article that's proven to show Ukrainian mercenaries. Oh my God, I can't fucking move up. Ukrainian mercenaries are currently in Sudan fighting with the Sudanese armed forces. It's been geolocated and confirmed, not sure on motive. So in Sudan, yeah, it's more targeting Wagner PMC. That's what I've seen. If what I've been told is any of the Ukrainian like SF guys or whatever working in Africa. One, I'm very suspicious that there are some fucking ulterior motive behind that with a lot of bloody intelligence agencies as well. But at the same time, they were looking to strike Wagner Group from what we've seen. And Ukraine has pushed and pushed exactly like we've sort of seen with Israel talk about with, with Israel too, with hunting down people after the Second World War. So what Ukraine people are saying is doing is then hunting down people that fought for Russia across the world as well. And just like we saw the territorial defence them from Ukraine talk about was that they will hunt down even propagandists and people sharing stuff from there. So we don't really know where that is, but they said that they will hunt them down pretty much all over the world. But we do know that Wagner is very active in Africa as well. Now, actually, would anyone like to hear a fucking juicy conspiracy that I have been told that I guess has some merit in it? Let me know. Click fucking, what do people say? Click what in the chat? Let me know if you want the juiciest of conspiracies. We haven't done weed number one. We haven't yet weed. So I'm actually not sure how to stream in higher resolution. If anyone can help me out on how to do that, please let me know. Now, okay, here we go. Oh, the chat is going crazy. Keep the chat going. That's what we want. That's what we want. So, tinfoil hat Mondays. I have had a number of people reach out to me who are confirmed to have actually been in Wagner PMC. This happened after my interview with Coombe. Now, what I was told was the main talk amongst the units of Wagner about what happened to Yevgeny Prigozhin wasn't this inside attack from Putin. What they are saying is they reckon it was the French intelligence. That's what I have been told of these guys. Now, I can't confirm any of this, but they were saying if you see it where it lines up around around Africa and the French losing control, then around Mali, areas like this, and the amount pushing in of Wagner having more control in those areas there, that's what they're saying is the French had some more involvement to take out Prigozhin from there to try, or Prigozhin and Utkin to try and bring down Wagner's sort of ability to actually have operations in Africa. That actually wasn't that much to do with Ukraine, but it was easy to blame on Putin from there. So I'm saying it's a dirty fucking conspiracy, and I'm not saying I believe it, but that is what I got told, which is pretty wild, and it sort of adds up. If you look at when everything in Africa sort of went to shit, or recently went to shit, and French involvement there, you can see where that line has been drawn. But there's probably a lot pointing eyes away from the Russian government doing it on to try and blame someone else for it as well. So it is interesting, but it's funny to hear that. I heard from multiple guys that is what people are saying. But okay, let's have a look. I actually haven't had the opportunity yet to actually have a look over fucking hell, this map shrink. I actually haven't had the opportunity to look over these maps today, so we're going to do it together for the first time to have a look at what's happening in Ukraine. Then we'll get back onto Israel-Palestine and see what is happening. Just as well, if you'd like to support the stream, give it a thumbs up, subscribe, and there's also the link at the top, which is the better one for me, as if you send a super chat, YouTube like to take 30% of the cut of that. So it's a bit bloody hectic, but then you can also support through the super chats or that, whatever way you would like to do. But let's have a look then at this map and see what is further going on. Now we'll go in the very west of the country, Kherson, and see what is happening here. But I don't believe, we haven't seen any change in here for a long time. Anything that's green is over 2 weeks. Now let's look at Orikhiv. This is where Ukraine was having really the most amount of success for a while there, at least recently, with a lot of the quote-unquote breakthroughs happening in the Surovikin line in here. And we did expect that what we were told was this initial line, the second line here, these were the most heavily defended of any of the works here, and that once that was, broken in here, that we would start seeing everything really speed up. But we haven't really seen it. We've actually seen it really have a stall. So let's go from yesterday till today. So we do see to the northwest of Vobove here, we do see that Ukraine did make some ground in these paddocks up in here as well. So there was some ground made there, which is the biggest ground we've actually seen for a fair while in here, as well as Ukraine clear some more Russian ground up here to the north of Kopani as well over the past couple of days. So there is some movements in here, but very small for how late in this offensive that we thought would see further down the line. Because, as you know, what really Ukraine needed to do was get a foothold then in Tokmak to have further control over the south here down through Melitopol. And you don't need to get down into Melitopol, Berdyansk, somewhere like this to cut off areas. You just need the ability to have your main artillery pieces. Like, yes, Ukraine has the ability through Storm Shadow, Scalp, things like this, to strike anywhere in occupied territory, as well as if the attackums come in. But they're not going to be in anywhere near the same amount of quantity of those rockets that things like artillery have to be able to strike more areas down here. That's why they really needed to get into Tokmak. And as you can see, there's still a fair way to get into here. 20 kilometers of what is cleared is 9 or 10 already. So he's slowing down through there. Now let's have a look up into Ruzani, Staromovka area here and see if there's been any change. We haven't seen, the only changes we've seen in this area for really a while was Russia make this ground near Peritny here, but nothing really new. Now, as you guys know, I am just going over these maps for the first time myself. Now, we don't see any change around Mariinka, Donetsk City. Now, let's have a look in and around Bakhmut. So we do see that Ukraine did make some ground in between Andrivka and Klishkivka in Bakhmut here. This train line was a very sticky point here to try and get across. As we know, these areas in here have been purely just flattened all through here. So as we see, Ukraine have made a step up to these waterway, like small lakes in here past there too. Now let's see if there's been any other movement on these maps. We know that Russia did make a hell of a lot of ground in around Spurny. No real change. We just saw Russia make a little bit up in here. And here we go. So we did we see Russia make some ground there? So, yeah, so what we probably missed yesterday's update was out to the west here. We do see that Russia did make some ground here. And we do know that, well, a lot of speculation around that Russia is going to have a westerly push on their offensive. Many are saying that Russia is going to push on the offensive over winter. Now, I'm not really sure if I fully believe the ability to push on that, but we are seeing that, look at this, 48 hours, that Russia is making ground pushing to the west in the northeast of Ukraine. So it's going to be interesting to see what the overall outcome ends up being of this as well. So yeah, we're not really sure what is actually going on with where the offensive is going to lie, like Ukraine's offensive, where that is actually going to lead in from here, because it does look like, it was sort of done and dusted, but we are hearing that they may continue pushing through the winter, but it has absolutely slowed down significantly. So if there's anything you'd like me to specifically talk about, let me know in the chat. We will go over some more bits and pieces of news as we go. But I'm not far off doing a piss. What I am going to do is I'm going to have a look then on the sun and see what it's looking like on the sun's live. Let's have a look. Right, so we're just going to bring this across quickly. We're not just going to go full... we're not going to watch these the full time. If you'd like to watch these, feel free to jump on, jump over onto the Sun, Reuters, whatever those, and you'll be able to see then their updates as we go. But you can see further here. This is, I actually believe, the area that we saw the strike happening yesterday, and those will be happy because look at this, legends. Look at this, YouTube Premium. We have it, boys. So we see these further strikes here, and let's just step back and see if we have any inkling of this, if this was recently hit. No, I don't think so. But you can see overnight the sun has come up. There was further strikes throughout the city. Let's see what's happening here. We do know the sun videographer loves to move the camera around a little bit. So, yeah, it is sort of a lull in it this morning, but we will see what more is going to occur from then on over the next coming couple of hours. And I won't be surprised if we do see today. We may just see more strikes happening and see where that actually then goes from there. So, right, let's have a look. As even looking at like the live updates like Al Jazeera, normally like last night we were getting like minute by minute by minute updates coming through, where now we're really only getting them like all the updates are a few hours old. So what time is it actually in Israel now? What time is it in Israel?
The time in Israel is 9:37 a.m.
Yeah, so it's sort of mid-morning coming in, so we may see a lot more happening over this. They've been having bombing for the last 5 hours. So, yeah, as we know, there has been a lot of bombing, but what we're interested in is more what the movements are going to end up after this bombing, because will we see this like severe level of bombing, and then will we then see further going through of a ground invasion, as we have heard from sources that, and talking next couple of hours, we're going to start seeing more ground forces going on from there. Working in and around a different time zone is difficult as well, I guess, for the Americans, for the Aussies, whatever, to sort of keep an eye on what exactly is happening here. But what we will do is we'll go over, today, and we'll see what is going on from there. Right, let's have a look and see. What I am really interested in, what I'd like to know, is more what is happening than with Hezbollah, because I think that is going to be the wild card here. Iran's the wild card. What Iran do is going to be fucking wild. It was interesting. One of those cameramen said how Israel was giving them and other civilians directions to areas to move to be clear of bombing runs in Gaza. That is very interesting. I have heard of like that happening before. So he's giving some guidance to civilians and also the cameramen there, because it just did look like that the camera guys were getting bloody they were getting like some level of notification of like aim here, next thing getting hit. And we do know that Israel has released information to civilians saying like get away from the east, get central, because we are going to be bombing areas and are going to be bombing also residential areas. Chrissy Elliott, mate, thank you very much for your donation. I really appreciate your support. Will there be any negotiations for hostages? Look, mate, we don't actually know. But either we don't negotiate with terrorists, I guess. We're not really sure what is actually going to happen with these hostages. There was something interesting yesterday, but I can't remember what it was about. Like, Israel said something like, we assume that all the hostages have actually been killed. Something along the words to that effect. So I don't think there'll be much negotiation happening. I think there'll be more a hard knock of military forces pushing in from there. Yeah, Israel said they're assuming hostages are dead, plus the policy of not doing trades. Yeah, they're not going to want to trade. So, and you can tell why. You can see why. If you've seen the treatment of these hostages, everything so far in this war, you can see why. Israel is like, we don't want to fucking trade. We don't want to start that game. But the hostages will be used in a capacity of human shields, and this is where it's just going to get so fucking crazy. I'll bring up a photo of Gaza. Like, Gaza is just unbelievably dense. Like, it might be better if I look at it on Google Maps, hey? Let's bring this up. So, here we have Gaza Strip, Israel through here, Egypt. So let's have a look. Now, can anyone tell me how to go like on a 45-degree angle? I know you can do that on Google Maps, but I'm bloody not sure how to do it. I know how to do it on my phone, but I'm not too sure. But just look at how like packed in all this is. Like, how the fuck is this actually going to be bloody cleared? Click on 3D. Oh, look at that. How do I then... Okay. How do I look up? We're halfway there. Oh, okay. We are there. Fucking good work, guys. You've got me sorted. Now, this doesn't really give the best idea. It was not as good as I was hoping. But you can see what I'm getting at. You can just see how bloody packed in everything is here. And Israel are wanting to do like an offensive through door-to-door, room-to-room. This is why we're interested in what is going to be done here. This is why we're interested in the live, is how is this actually going to bloody look when things start happening and these are crossed across here? Like when armored vehicles, whatever, is moving into here. It's fucking crazy. Now, something that I don't have any information on is actually how the situation is with like the electricity coming in. So we did hear last night that 80% of Gaza was without electricity, and we did have information from night one that the hospitals there take 42 or 48,000 litres of diesel or fuel, I should say, per day. So over the past, few days, like how much has actually been used up, how much longer do the hospitals they actually have, and what is sort of like the UN thinking, what is other countries in the world thinking of, the civilian casualties that are going to take place as well as we see this war continue in Palestine as well. Like, yeah, we've seen so much happen in Israel, but what are the human losses on the Palestinian side actually going to have as well? Now, we are going to just scroll back. Please let me know when there's any attacks, then we will swing across onto here. So I think you guys should now be able to see this, I believe. Right. You guys should see this now. Sorry, I'm still trying to just work out how this all happens. So we want some volume on this as well. Hopefully not too much volume. Sorry if I'm a bit bloody useless. So let's have a look here. We'll get a strike. This was only about 40, 50 seconds ago. Big strike. And this has been going on all night, all morning from here. And just remember, lads, cameramen can't die. Now, has anyone got any idea of where this camera is from the sun? I can show you on the map we just looked at of where the Reuters guys are. So we've just skipped forward to looking at that area, and the smoke has come down from here. So it's going to be interesting to see. Like I just spoke about with the civilians. So we believe that the Reuters we think they're the Grand. Is it the which one was it? No, it wasn't that one. Fuck. It was in one of these hotels because it looked over this. This is where we had the bloody 2-hour zoom in of the boat somewhere in here as well. So, yeah, we do know that Reuters are sort of on this bank. Over here, let's get north up so you can have a look at where that is. Yeah, so on the west out here somewhere. But overlooking, they basically have a 360-degree view there. I'll keep my eye on these streams. Please let me know in the chat if we see more happening from here. Will, you're hovering right over this camera on the... Go get it, Dig. Sorry, my PayPal's broken. James Long, mate, thank you very much for your incredibly generous donation. I really, really appreciate that. Cheers. Thank you very much. You're hovering right over the camera on the map. I don't know what I'm doing. But James, thank you very much, mate. I really do appreciate that. I've got like 15 tabs. I don't know how streamers actually do this, with like so many different bloody things happening. I need a stream deck thing maybe. If I'm going to do more streams, like what do you think? Should I continue doing more streams? I'm surprised Al Jazeera hasn't fucking updated this at all with what is happening. Maybe I will do some more streams. I do need to duck off camera in a second. I need to do two big things. Number one is I need to take a piss, and that'll be piss break number 1. And then number 2 is I actually need to I'm going to take my some of my creatine or some shit. So Mia Khalifa has come out and said as well, can someone please tell the freedom fighters in Palestine to flip their phones to film horizontal? Fuck yeah, Mia. The king of ethics. The chat is delayed. Oh god, I don't know. So there is more and more footage coming out too of the IDF recapturing a lot of positions and the mowing through guys there as well. So we're getting a lot more as that comes. Now let's have a look what this was. So dozens of Israelis struck 150 targets. You can continue to hear just in that background, and I'll just keep the audio low, but you can probably further hear just the amount of drones that are going on as well. So bombing every 90 minutes. Yeah, it's probably just in these waves. They said there was multiple waves of, each wave involved 50 or 60 aircraft, which is crazy. So look, I'm not actually fully over how aircraft actually then do more of this. So yeah, we'll see. Like I'm no fucking RAF dude, but have a look at this. So across to here. What is what are you guys doing today? You're working? Your day off? Oh, wait, I just fucked something up. We just had a strike. Let me go back. Right. Okay, just wait 1 second. I'm going to draw this across in front so you guys can see, and then we'll have a look at then this here as well. Right, so we're looking about here. You'll hear a bang and see it. Oh, sorry. It's my bad. Look in the wrong spot. So yeah, as we know, continual strikes heading on all through Gaza as well. On your way to work, mate. Crazy. If anyone asks you working at 2 a.m. Willie, we're not strippers. Well, I don't know where in the world you guys bloody live. So back down to this area here. Yeah, this is where we saw those massive strikes yesterday. Really close to where the sun is. Yeah, got absolutely bloody hammered in there too. And yeah, like someone said, this is horrible. You know, there's people taking what they can get from where they live or their store or whatever here. So this is just, it is horrible. Like all of this is just a horrible situation. But the thing is, we don't know where this will end or how bad it could actually get. So these are photographs here that I'm going to show you on screen right now. And I'll listen out to see if we hear any more strikes or whatever as well. These are Makava 3 tanks here. So these tanks have been given to the reserve forces, and these are up in the north on the border with Lebanon, as we can see. A bit more green, a bit more hilly. That's how we can tell this. But yeah, Makava 3. So we see at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, 6? At least 6 tanks here on the border. Makava looks fucking good. Like, they look fucking really good, don't they? So, yeah, of course, on the border with Lebanon there. And we, sorry, where I was going with that was we know that the Makava 3s are with then the reserve forces, not the full time. So what we are really putting at is then the reserves are going to be up in the north, and the full-timers are going to be more in the south, clearing areas and also rolling into Gaza. So that's what we would expect, is you would use your better forces to further roll through Gaza from there as well. So, yeah, we won't be surprised if we see further attacks as well coming across that will be from Hezbollah in Lebanon too, and then we'll see artillery strikes back, like counter battery as well, that we probably will see from Israel. Right, we'll just have a look, see if we can find much more information. 780 Makava 3. Yeah, you got to remember, Israel has a huge fleet of tanks. They've got bloody, I wouldn't say thousands, but they've got well over 1,000 of these tanks. You know, Israel sort of knew this was going to happen one day, I guess. Like, maybe not to this extent, but the threat has always been there, so the preparation's there. This is why it's just so funny. It's just so funny to know, like, to not have seen this coming. But like someone rightfully points out, tanks in built-up areas don't work. All you need to have a look is Russia in Chechnya, in Grozny. It just doesn't work. Like, tanks in urban warfare they can't. The gun just cannot have the fucking lift to actually hit. It's an absolute bloodbath for them. So that said, they still do add a shitload of firepower depending how things are done. If worked correctly with the infantry for movements, tanks are very, very powerful. But people have this illusion from Ukraine-Russia war that tanks basically are useless, and that isn't true. But the way we use tanks, the survivability we thought like modern tanks have, is definitely different from what we initially thought as well. Now, what we actually have seen was we have seen more and more foreigners involved in this too. I believe we saw a Thai citizen body being desecrated as well, which is fucking horrible. So I just had a friend text me then, and he just said, bro, this Palestine-Israel thing is going to get way bigger than we think. So, yeah, absolutely fucking no surprise of what we could probably see. And I guess, what do you guys think? Do you think we're going to see this get a lot bigger? Because I'm on the fence. Like, I'm on the fence if we'll see other countries get involved yet. But I do think that we may. People point out the warship, but yeah, we will see more of that coming through. Irish girl missing as well. Way bigger, 100,000 Palestinian dead after this war is over. Yeah. So, sorry. What I'm meaning by bigger is I'm meaning bigger as far as countries involved. I'm not sure if they will, but when Israel roll into this, it's going to be an absolute bloodbath. Fucking people calling me. I went to a few open houses on the weekend, and then real estate agents, the vultures that real estate agents are, will just call you fucking 15 times a day for the next week. And never to like text first. I don't know. Is it courtesy these days to text and then call? I don't know. I've got so much going on. Right. Someone did send me a message before and said, can you speak on this? Which I will do. But what I'm going to do is I need to take a quick toilet break first, and then we'll get back into it. And what I will do for you guys is I will give you guys then the live stream to watch just while I'm gone. Let me bring this one across for you. Right, scene number 2. I'm getting good, eh? First time using OBS with multiple screens. Figured this out myself. Dropper says, is the West Bank just a complete non-factor? Would Johnny, Dropper, sorry, mate, thank you for the donation. What do you mean by that? As men actually going to do it? Or is the ability to do it there? It's difficult to know. Will the USA join this? Well, I think countries are already involved. Like, once you pledge, like, you support, like say Ukraine. Like, I think there's people go, the only countries involved in Ukraine, Russia war is Ukraine and Russia. That's bullshit. We're involved. Everyone's involved. We're involved the same way. In the same way, like Israel, the same way Iran is involved in that. We're involved just as much there as well. So, yeah, it's fucking crazy. But the US with a carrier group. Redeploying some aircraft. What the fuck just happened then? Someone threw something to the hole. I thought it was a cat. But there's going to be, I don't think the US will be involved in official capacity on the ground yet. But it has the potential. But we may even see aircraft. But I think more what it will be is support in munitions, things like this. So we have seen Israel has reached out for munition for their, system. Iron Dome system, because of course that has used a shitload of munitions over the past couple of days. Like, that's been insane how much munition that is actually then used trying to strike those targets with a fairly high success rate. Right, I will be back in a second. I'm just going to do a wee, and you guys watch that. I'll be back. Right, I am back. Have we missed anything massive? So the camera's moving there. Poor people clearing up just bloody horrific shit. Not too much going on there. Welcome back. I was busting for a wee. Fucked up. Someone again asked me about, just before I went off, asked me about the rumour that Ukraine supplied Palestine with weapons, and that's just it's unfounded. There's nothing in it. Not only is it unfounded with any sense of evidence, it's unfounded even in like logic. Like there's no reason, there's no benefit to Ukraine supplying Palestine with weapons. One, if it got found out, then there's not going to be no bloody further support to Ukraine, and also Ukraine needs all the weapons it can also get. So there's no logic actually in that, but people will tack on to bits and pieces like that and see, use that for their own biases and what they want to go through from there. Right, let's have a look at what is the going on news at the moment. So, what can I or can I not show you? I can't show you. More footage of the festival has come out, which is just bloody. It's horrible. Basically, there's like local cops and security guards trying to hold back just completely fucked up situations. See, we will see, like, I think one thing we will see in this, and I'm just going to give a prediction on this, we're going to see a shitload of, like, very modern weapons used in this. So, say, like, with Russia, Ukraine, like, we gave Ukraine, like, some stuff, but not, like, the most bloody, like, the most modern stuff, where with Israel, with the ties between America and Israel, we could see some very, very modern high-end equipment further moving on forward into here as well. So this is where I just don't buy that there was no surveillance intelligence going on here as well, as it's in like everyone's interests. I was very surprised today to see that the Australian stock market, which has been open, well, it's actually closed now, but open most of the day, didn't have like a complete real fallover. I am pretty shocked by that. I thought the markets would actually have a big dip, just due to uncertainty, because typically they do have that. Your voice back to normal. Yeah, man, I'm the bloody same. My voice, the surgeon did a bloody good job. A really bloody good job correcting my voice. Had to cut out the part that I blew. My vocal cord had like a burst of vocal cord, for people who don't know, basically, and they had to go and snip it back. But it was perfect. Had a couple of days silent, and then it turned out pretty bloody good. So more people are posting photos that they're being like recalled back to Israel as well, who live abroad to go and fight in the military. That'll be interesting. Interesting for like guys like Avi Yemeni, if you know him, a journalist from Australia, because he served. It'd be interesting to see if they go back and serve. Is there any update on the foreign tourists that were killed in Egypt as well? That would be that's something that I haven't actually, I bloody forgot about that, because that could get out of control really quickly. Oh, I didn't open my drink. So, yeah, 2 Israeli tourists, local guide shot dead in Egypt, but I'm wondering if there's more going on, because the US Embassy has said a message to all US citizens. The embassy is aware of multiple foreign tourists killed in an attack in Alexandria, Egypt. This incident may be related to ongoing hostilities in Gaza and Israel. US citizens in Egypt should exercise increased security awareness and precautions. Sir, thanks a lot, mate. Thank you for your donation. I really, really do appreciate that. And if you'd like to support me, guys, the best way is through the link at the top of the screen, as YouTube do take some of the super chat thing, but I do really appreciate it. So thanks a lot. Says Israel, oh my god, this fucking chat, Israeli 10 offensive, probably knew something was coming, but not when or how big. Both soldiers get complacent, same with agents. Yeah, you just think of something that big, man. Like, I agree with you, like people have got complacent, missed bits and pieces, but this does seem like a giga fuck up of what has happened in this. Like how the hell that was actually missed. But you know, they've missed it. And that's going to be something they've bloody got to learn. And like we were just reading before, this is going to be a big learning curve for foreign intelligence agencies around the world for like how these things and how you need to actually maintain sort of eyes on and not miss. So someone said big strike on Reuters. Give me 1 second and I'll get you. You sure it was on Reuters, Cam? Reuters is still looking at the thing. Wasn't missed. Okay, let's see the Sun. Oh, the Sun and Reuters are now actually the same camera. Wait, I'm just trying to work out a camera for you guys. Right, yep, sorry, I was on the Reuters, but I was on the wrong Reuters camera. Sorry, I'm just trying to work this out for you guys. Bang. Right, let's have a squiz now. Someone taught me yesterday. I'm learning all sorts of computer shit with you guys. That if I hit J goes back 10 seconds. So, here we go. We're looking here. Big strike. I reckon 2 strikes in that. I did 2 bangs. It was 2 strikes. Just look at the density, man. Like, look how fucking dense that is. That is just insane. Whoa. 3, 4. Yeah, big attacks. Over Gaza. Like, I don't want to be a hater, but I don't think Israel has the capacity to clear that. Like, I don't see 2 million people, the density, everything, like, door to door, not for a very, very long time. Like, that is just going to be absolutely bloody crazy. But thank you for letting me know when there are more strikes coming to and from. And I haven't missed it. Kate Cadet? Kate Cadet, firstly, thank you so much for your incredibly generous donation, saying, Willie, thanks for doing what you do, man. Long-time viewer and a fan. Weekly live stream or something would be really cool. Yeah, we're definitely not going to live stream Legends as much as we're doing. We're not going to do it at this pace. I can't keep that up. But what I will say is when big events like this are happening, we will do more live streams like this. So we will do a weekly live stream, something. I'd actually, I know like people don't enjoy it on my YouTube, but I actually want to try some new things. Like, you know, I tried the shooting video and I've tried the video where I flew the plane. I really liked, that one's one of my favorite videos when I flew the fucking commercial plane. And I want to try more videos like that. So I might even try some more bits and pieces. So I might do things like I might stream some games. I might stream some drones. I might do... what would you guys think if I brought in like experts in certain things and did like live with that and you guys can actually interact with them? So like if I bring in one of my mates who's like, say, a doctor, who's a trauma doctor in the Australian SAS, good friend of mine, did everything over in that unit with the special forces guys and talk about, you know, trauma medicine, things like that, if that would be good. So yeah, I do need to mix it up as much for me as anyone else. So maybe that would be a good move on with the podcast, is actually having a degree. Maybe I could turn off the chat for the first like hour, and then after that, like after we talk about what we want to talk about, then you like interact with the chat and see some questions, I guess, from the floor. Because every time I do a podcast, people are like, Willie, you missed this, you missed that. And trust me, I slap myself thinking, oh, fuck, I didn't ask. But it's, I don't know if who he's actually done a podcast. Podcasting is not that easy. Like, you know, you 2, 3, 4 hours of conversation with someone you've just met, not over beers or dinner can actually be difficult, and you do forget things. And all the time I'm like, damn, like you forgot to say something, ask something very specific. So yeah. So you can do more of that. Hey Willie, I will chop a Netflix and become an average member to support your channel. Is there any truth in Turkey backing Hamas if the US join? Firstly, Sean, mate, thank you very much. So I thought I'm still hearing shit. I'm going to be back in 1 second. Someone's pulled up. Sorry, I'm back. Fucking hell. Oh, had packages arrive. I had a delivery truck arrive. Fuck, have I missed anything? I'll do a recap in a sec. I'm actually my father has just retired from work. And he's like, "Do you want me to help you redo some of your bathroom? Because when I moved into this house, the bathroom is just completely fucked." So yeah, me and my dad are actually renovating a bit of bathroom, and bloody, I was like, "What the fuck?" I rock up and there's like a guy delivering me a fucking shower. So I've got packages everywhere. I might have to duck off a little bit and actually put them in my garage, but yeah, we got there. Right. Have Friendly Geordies on and talk about your time and the war crimes, and about the war crimes to get a view from a former soldier. Well, for those who have seen the Friendly Geordies video, I've actually got something in the plans. Well, I was talking about this last night, I think, to actually address that with the specific guy who's talking about, because the guy who's talking about is a very good friend of mine. Sorry, so we will definitely talk about that as well. I think we just heard some more. So, UN says more than 123,000 people have been displaced in Gaza from UN's humanitarian agency OCHA, who, well, UN's fucking useless, aren't they? They've said over 123,000 people have been internally displaced in Gaza. Israeli reservists at odds with the Prime Minister. So, according to recent estimates, Israel had an estimated 465,000 reservists who can be called up to serve for as many as 60 days annually to reinforce its relatively small but well-armed military. Following a formal declaration of war by Israeli cabinet against Hamas, tens of thousands of reservists are being called into active service, while an estimated 100,000 troops amass at its southern border with Gaza. So that Israel is putting 100,000 troops amassing at the border. And this is what we have spoken about, is that what they're doing now is they're softening up targets with these big blows, with these missiles coming in, hitting logistics, hitting commands, bits and pieces like this, and then there's going to be a ground operation that the US has said will be in the next 24 to 48 hours, and where they're just staging troops, armor, things like that, so 100,000 people. But it's going to be an absolute bloodbath. 100,000 troops or more rolling into area of 2 million people, where there's tunnels, there's built up, there's fucking booby traps, everything. Israel is going to be an absolute bloody bloodbath. Danny Murray, welcome to level 3. You've become a mega willy. I really appreciate that, mate. Thank you very much. Didn't Wagner have 50,000 troops in Wagner? But fair, Ukraine had the whole of the West supporting them. Yeah. Well, that's something to look at. Is like, Wagner had 50,000 in Bakhmut throughout the operation, not all at once, but had that many there, and it took a long time to clear those areas. So at the same time, this is going to be crazy. Like the Bakhmut is like one block of what we're seeing in Gaza, so it's just fucking crazy. Hamas action against Israel qualifies as terrorism. So that is from Spain. So the Spanish acting foreign minister, Jose Manuel Alvarez, maybe the most Spanish name ever, says that Hamas assault on Israel is terrorism. Without a doubt, we're talking about terrorism and terrorist actions. This is with the Spanish radio as well. Now, we looked a little bit at some share prices before. So it'd be interesting to see what actually goes on from here. But we are getting confirmation that oil prices have soared and gold prices also going up. So oil prices soared more than 4% today, sparking concerns about possible supply shocks from the crude-rich region. Any sustained rally in oil prices would act as a tax on consumers and add to global inflationary pressures. So as we know, everything is bloody still going up everywhere around the world. And this is not going to help at all, especially with, massive oil supply being Russia. Well, it doesn't really help if then we're seeing, a massive increase here from, oh my God, I've got the itchiest nose. So let's have a look here. I'm not fully over all the oil shit, but here we go. So oil price, as you can see, it's green all across the board, as you can see on this chart. Oh fuck, can we get all charts? So we got a little bit of red. Where's the chart? I've never looked at this one before. So from the 6th to the 9th, so we are on a rally back up there. So just like people have said, we will see a massive increase there as well. I won't be surprised if more actually then if it continues to rise, because inflation is bad everywhere. NFTs just hit $0. Yeah, did anyone here actually buy NFTs? Like NFTs, whatever, that's just, man, those like crypto NFT things, that has to be like the biggest scam that's ever occurred. It's got to be. Like, that's fucking crazy. Get off the meth, Willie. No wonder you're up all night. Bloody crazy, yeah. They always had no value. Oh, yeah, they never had value. What did Warren Buffett say? If you can't explain it to a toddler, don't buy it. And people bought something that I've had explained to me like 50 times, and I'm like, but why? It doesn't have any actual value. Like, oh, it's like buying a house. Like, no, it's not, because it's fucking, I've got walls and shit. A shekel tumbles as Israeli central bank moves to stabilize it. The Israeli shekel has fallen to a near 8-year low against the USD. Mid the fight, the central bank has said it will sell up to $30 billion in foreign exchange to prop up the currency following market uncertainty. The central bank has said it will operate in the It'll operate in the market during the coming period in order to moderate volatility in the shekel exchange rate and provide the necessary liquidity for the continued proper functioning of the markets. So let's then have a look and see if we can then look at what the shekel is compared to the USD. So this is exactly what we saw with the hryvnia in Ukraine as well, was, you know, something like this. And of course, I know this is not news to anyone, but it will absolutely collapse the exchange here. So you look at USD and we see this big shift down here as well. I've spelt that wrong. So back inflation and then pushing back down here. So let's look at the hryvnia. So if we go back over 5 years, we can see this is when the war started. The July 22. We're going to go Feb. There we go. March 22, Feb in here. We saw this initial drop and then a further drop down here of the Ukrainian hryvnia as well. So getting a bit wild in there too. Right, what else news have we got? Death toll in Gaza has risen. Palestinian authorities have said that it's now at 436, including 91 children. We know that those will rise as there's been a hell of a lot of strikes overnight as well that had to have taken place in residential areas too. And that any civilian death, whether from any country, it doesn't matter, is bloody shocking. Who do you reckon? You reckon the first calls outward: Egypt, Lebanon, Jordan. Probably Hezbollah in there as well. I'm just going to read a couple of articles here. The Foreign Ministry of the UAE, United Arab Emirates, has issued a statement calling Hamas attacks against Israeli towns and villages near the Gaza Strip, as well as firing thousands of rockets into population areas, a serious and grave escalation. The ministry is appalled by reports that Israeli civilians have been abducted as hostages from their homes. Civilians on both sides must always have full protection under international humanitarian law and must never be a target of conflict. The ministry has called for both parties to de-escalate and avoid an expansion of the heinous violence and tragic consequence affecting civilian lives and facilities. So, the UAE making statements there, but won't call out as much as, say, like the US, UK, whatever, where they're going on like full, like, it will call out just terrorist action in full support of Israel. So definitely not going as far there as we have seen. So like people said, every 90 minutes we sort of get those big bombing run strikes. Hamas claims again another 130. Yeah, I think it's going to be pretty fucking wild. So I'm just reading a couple of articles, seeing what's going on. So Gaza's Beit Hanun under intense bombardment. That's the missiles we saw before. So let's have a look at this. I'll drag this across and have a look. Right. So before a possible Israeli ground invasion of Gaza, which we think we will see, at least with the build-up of forces, Al Jazeera's Tarek Abu Azoum is reporting that in the last hour, the area of Beit Hanun, known as Erez to Israelis, has been under intense bombardment from the air. The level and speed of the strikes inside Gaza Strip was remarkably intensified during the last couple of hours, adding that some of the buildings were struck without prior warning. The exact casualties are unknown due to the inability of the emergency services to reach the area. So there is a fair bit I guess, to speak on in this, as we do know that Israel had given prior warning to some of these strikes. You see them land a bomb on the roof and not take it down and then come down. But no prior warning there as well. As you know, we're 3 days into this. You wouldn't expect that much more prior warning moving through on this too. So that's very interesting. But we see here that they talk about exact causes are unknown due to the inability of emergency services, and there's going to be a lot of problems. Like even just say in Gaza, like the emergency services vehicles will be running out of fuel. Like, now how much fuel is there left? People are going to go. The first thing you're going to do is go to the shops, buy as much food as they can, and then go and buy and fill up their car and fill up their jerry cans and whatever. So things are going to run low very, very quick. Think of how quickly the shops just around here ran out from a fucking cough and cold. So, see it get pretty bloody wild pretty quickly, I'd say. Things are going to start running out. We've talked about this with the electricity being cut and how that goes down. So, of course, all the food, the cold food will spoil pretty quickly. So, yeah, it's going to get cut pretty quickly. Curious if they hit tunnels into Egypt. Yeah, I'm not really sure. We haven't got that much on exact locations of a lot of the strikes yet. That will come out, and I'll try and find it whilst I'm streaming. But I will absolutely. You can just hear that drone the whole time, lasing targets. But yeah, if the tunnels leading through Egypt, we're very surprised what actually happens further on from there. We do know too that the way they're using like these like ISR drones, that that Israel does have the ability to keep things in the air. That the air defense capability back from the AA fire, the anti-air stuff from inside Gaza is not that much really. Yes, they've had some guns fire at choppers, things like this, but none of the planes have been taken down, none of the choppers have been taken down, and those drones, the amount of time they seem to be there, seem to be basically doing it without any incurrence from anything else. So definitely have a lot there. What will really help a ground invasion, like if you've got the ability, to then further have air support as you move into a ground invasion, it'd be very, very interesting there too. Just got back from the dentist. What's happened the last 1.5 hours? Mate, not really that many. For like an update for people, like to give an update over the last couple of hours, basically what we've been seeing over the past day, since this morning, so past 5, 6, 7 hours, just every 90 minutes-ish, we're getting like large strikes. Like the strikes from the Israeli Air Force are intensifying. What could be the precursor to a ground invasion, so softening up targets, going from there. And we know there's 100,000 Israeli troops that are down in the south preparing for something. The US has said that it could be within 24 to 48 hours of a ground invasion and push through from there. We have more footages come out, some terrible shit of the music festival that happened with 260 people killed and terrible shit happening there. So, yeah, bloody horrible, horrible stuff. But as far as what we're actually seeing, not super, super much. It's more, it feels like we're in the precursor to something, like something is coming very soon. Danny Murray, mate, thank you very much for your donation. I really, really appreciate all the support. Thank you. Again, if you'd like to further support me, there are the link in the top and the little money symbol thing also at the bottom. I'm hearing another drone. Another plane. Let's drag this across while we can hear it. Video of them taking out 2 choppers with Inglis out. No. Sorry, bro, but the video. Right, I'm gonna find this bloody video. And I'm gonna show you guys the video of the drone of the choppers getting taken out. Is so shit. It's just armor or one of those PlayStation game bloody things. Yeah, I can't stop falling for it. Right. Like, guys, come on. Come on. You can't be believing this shit. Right, just gonna swap screens around for a second. Right. You guys should have audio of this. I'm sorry if it's loud. Right, look at this. One. This isn't round. This is, rendering of a game. You can see that's not round. You can see this guy. Look at the fucking, yeah. Right. That just looks fake as fuck. So it looks like a javelin, but it's anti-air. So yeah. Okay, let's watch this. He's reloading very quickly. Yeah, so no, that's not real. But yeah, of course, he's calling out misinformation of what it was. That the video is just the video isn't real. But you'll see shit like that shared around. People love. Don't really mind having some stuff like that. But mate, thank you for your donation. I'm glad we were able to further clear that up. There's also this video going around as well. See, these are Soviet choppers. These aren't Western choppers. So these don't exist. Israel does not have these. These are not involved in this conflict. So it's from a game. So this we see the Mi-28s. Israel does not have these. This is just a game. It's not real. I think you can tell on the explosions on this the most fake. Like it. Yeah, it's just just a PlayStation game. With maybe one day we'll end up playing some games on this channel. But no, yeah, it's just fake stuff. We saw the exact same happen. Saw the exact same happen in Ukraine as well, Russia, Ukraine. There was videos being shared, and also by official accounts as well earlier on, of like Arma 3, those sort of games. And the thing is, in the future, those games are going to get so, like the graphics are going to get so good and the rendering so good, it's going to be very, very difficult to tell between real and fake. Anyway, I use Rumble. Thank you for your donation, mate. I really, really do appreciate that. Thank you very, very much. So, Israel's permanent representative to the United Nations has said in the era of talking the era of talking to these savages is over. It is time to destroy and completely annihilate Hamas, the terrorist infrastructure, so that these atrocities never happen again. So definitely more pushing on that as well, that they really want to wipe this out. Willie, do you think that there's going to be other Islamic nations join the conflict if Israel attempts to annex Gaza after this? I think there's a real threat, bro, that we are going to see Egypt, Lebanon, Iran, Syria. There is a real threat that we could see more of that, start coming through. You say savages, bit rich. Well, what we saw yesterday and the day before, what we've seen so far, I think savages is a very mild word for what we have seen, the atrocities happen in this war as well. Right, what is happening currently? Let's get an update from here. Right. Ready for a key development. You guys want key development for the third day? What has happened basically in the third day of this war? We could go over that if you'd like. I do know the US is moving a lot of stuff right now. Delta Force operations are in movement right now. Well, I can tell you right now, no one knows what Delta Force is actually doing currently. But US, we do know he's moving a lot of stuff around. They're moving fighter jets into, neighboring areas, moving carrier groups in bits and pieces like this. So, yeah, just give us 1 second. We'll do the update. I might just go and clean this out because I cannot stand the smell of dirty, proteiny bloody thing. I'll give you guys the stream while I'm just gone. And what we'll do is we'll come back and then we'll do an update on what has happened from there. I don't know if anyone saw, but I stood up with my fucking headphones still on and like axed myself. So that's good fun. Right. Let's move this. And we'll do an update. We'll see what the Al Jazeera says specifically about the key developments as the war enters the third day here. So they say key developments. Gun battles continue between Hamas fighters and Israeli forces in 3 main areas or in southern Israel. At Kibbutz, communal place of work in Kamia, and in the cities of Ashkelon and Sdot. So this area is where we're seeing a hell of a lot of fighting, I believe. Oh, it hiccups. A senior Hamas official says the group is holding more than 100 people captive in Gaza. The Israeli military says it has gathered 100,000 reserve troops near the Gaza fence, as we know, building up with a lot of the armoured stuff as well that could roll into then further ground invasion there as well with their air strikes that have been going on. And the air strikes we think are a precursor to this. The UN Security Council met behind closed doors in an emergency session but failed to achieve unanimity needed for a joint statement. Israeli airstrikes and shelling aimed at residential areas have displaced some 123,000 Palestinians in Gaza. And so we do know that they were going to be striking more residential areas there too. But let's go over this full bits and pieces from here. Hamas official made remarks to the Arabic language news outlets saying senior Israeli officers are among those being held. And we do know that there are senior officers have also been killed and are being held as well. We did see that very early on in the conflict too, like lieutenant colonels, things like this that were being held. Israeli military, which faced awkward questions for failing to thwart the attack, said it had regained control of most of the border with Gaza, killed hundreds of people and taken dozens of prisoners. We do know Israel has taken back a fair bit, has taken back some areas, I should say, but also from the videos and photos we have has killed a lot of Hamas terrorists as well there too. So they're getting on top of it, but it is fucking awkward that they did not thwart this. We've talked more and more about this, that it is bloody awkward that didn't happen. The Wall Street Journal said Iran helped Hamas plan surprise attacks against Israel over the weekend, but Iran's mission to the UN said Tehran was not involved in the attacks. So Wall Street, I think we probably know that Iran is pretty involved here. I think we more know this. We emphatically stand with unflinching support of Palestine. However, we are not involved in Palestine's response, as it is taken solely by Palestine itself from Iran. But people do believe that it's more those Iranian drones that have been used, as well as maybe helping shield some of the build-up and whatever else was then occurring there also. The US has said it would send multiple military ships and aircraft closer to Israel. So we do know that a full carrier group is going, and a number of F-16, 15 and F-35s are moving more into the area in case there is, in case there's basically a breakout larger, in case this war leaves the borders of where it is, then that's why they are getting there. The Mission of State of Palestine, the US released a statement saying these developments did not occur in a vacuum. They are preceded by the killings this year of hundreds of Palestinians. I don't think this is definitely going to be English, is it? I know. Do you guys want me to go through the what Palestine said to the UN? Striking Gaza on the stream. Oh, wait, I'll be back in a sec. Everything is happening today. It is going out. So, I didn't actually take a piss break. That wasn't a piss break. I should have. Goddamn. No, it was actually Lil arriving back home. Right, so is this on the screen good enough for you guys to see? It's good enough. It's probably as good as we're going to get it, aren't we? Unless we move it. That's better. Let's do that for you guys. Oh my god, I don't know how I've got like 20 tabs open. Did someone say that was a shell just before land on this stream? Let's have a look. We'll have a look at this first before we go on with reading through this. Tom Kasky, mate, thank you for the donation. I really, really do appreciate that. Thank you, mate. So let's go. Oh, here we go. So back a couple of minutes. Here we go. We do see a strike somewhere in here. There it is. I just can't believe how dense this is, man. Like, as an ex-infantryman myself, I just don't see how the hell they're ever going to be able to actually clear through all these areas. So that was the strike that we were talking about, and then we're up to live here facing out there. Now, this is what Iran has said for this. Let me just move this one off. They've said an all-out war has been declared by Israel, the occupying power, against Palestinian civilian population in the occupied Palestinian territory, including East Jerusalem. This endless campaign of state terror is claiming civilian lives by the minute, slaughtering children, women, and men in yet another punitive military assault on the besieged Gaza Strip, reminiscent of the deadly aggressions by Israel in 08, 09, 12, 14, 18, 19, 21, and 22. At the writing of this letter, the death toll in Gaza stands 313 Palestinians killed, including at least 20 children. We know those are a lot higher now. We're hearing numbers of 91 children. Anyway, over 2,000 injured, and thousands of families displaced. Now over 20,000 civilians in just the past 24 hours. The scenes of devastation inflicted are harrowing. The occupying power has also declared that it will cut off the supply of electricity, fuel and goods to Gaza Strip, inflicting an even more dire humanitarian situation and untold trauma on the entire population, including children, women, elderly, sick and disabled persons. And in this, as we know, there's going to be horrible things happen to innocent people because of, Hamas then moving across and how bad that bloody got. Yeah, like 2 or 3 days ago with the absolute just massacre of people and capturing and all of this, that now the power's been cut, whatever, that we're probably going to see this come in. But the people that really suffer are these people in just humanitarian issues who are sick, unhealthy, whatever. Absolutely just shocking. If people really want to help, yeah, Egypt should stick up their hand and take some civilians across. The situation has reached the dangerous explosive point that we have continually and explicitly warned of. Yet to no avail, crisis after crisis, our pleas for the international community to act on the collective political, legal, humanitarian and moral responsibilities towards this prolonged injustice remain unheard. Even as the occupying power becomes more ferocious, racist and extreme, is systemic assaults on the Palestinian people and human rights violations escalating by the day, and pleas for international protection of our people remain unmet. Sorry, just going to bring you guys back onto another screen. Not sure what we actually saw here. Some sort of flare or something coming down. Anyone know what that actually is? There could be like chaff or something from an aircraft. I'm not really sure. It does look like something has like cooked off and hit here, and then this has come. So not really sure what there's actually going to be. Anyway, we'll keep watching this for a second of where they've landed and what is happening out there. Your buddy is Delta 3rd Group and said they're moving 4 hours ago. Trust me, if your buddy was 3rd Group Delta, he's not telling you anything, mate. To then post online. Parachute flares. Yeah, there is more coming out there, but I don't know what the fuck. It could be white phos, some sort of incendiary munition. Oh, more explosions. Still not getting much audio back through this. Sort of. Can you guys hear like choppers? Oh no, that's gunfire. I'm not sure if that's super loud for you guys. You can hear like a big explosion. Wild. Okay, we're going to keep an eye on this. Let me know if you start seeing things, and we'll go back to it as soon as we can. They're crushing tunnels. Yeah, that seems what it is like bunker bust munitions to try and hit hit collapsed tunnels. This is, as we showed right in the beginning of this, when it was been here from the beginning, is these amount of tunnels, like hundreds of Ks of tunnels that are underneath Gaza here, that can be used and that are going to have to be clear that they are looking to crush them here. Someone posted before, but I haven't seen anything from this, that there was an amount of people killed in those tunnels, which we would know. The live stream is from Reuters. If you'd like to watch a live stream, just search Reuters in the top bar. It should be one of the first one going up. Hear more gunfire. Anyway. Where are you? Can you guys see that one? Oh, you guys can see that. These developments did not occur in a vacuum. They proceeded by the killing of hundreds of Palestinians, among them 47 children, and injuring of thousands more by the Israeli occupying forces, both army and armed settler militants in the West Bank, including East Jerusalem. A toll has already surpassed the deadliest year for Palestinians in 2022 since the UN began recording casualties, and preceded by decades of Israel's unrelenting. So you might see... Cameraman is panning. He likes just facing this way. They don't really see much. Military raids on Palestinian villages, towns, cities and refugees camps, terrorising and attacking defenceless civilians. Arrest, detention, imprisonment and abuse of thousands of Palestinian civilians, including children and women. A suffocating 16-year air, land and sea blockade of more than 2 million Palestinians in Gaza, and collective punishment of the entire Palestinian population by blockade walls, permit regimes, closures and 645 checkpoints. Terror and violence led by Israeli settlers marauding throughout the Palestinian territory, intimidating, harassing and killing and maiming Palestinian civilians, and torching, vandalising and destroying their properties akin to pogroms. Seizure of Palestinian land and seizure and demolition of homes and properties for the construction of more colonial settlements, and the wall and annexation of more Palestinian land. Forced displacement of Palestinians across the West Bank, including East Jerusalem, including transfer of entire communities from their lands, amounting to ethnic cleansing. You can hear planes. Attacks on holy sites, targeting in particular Al-Aqsa Mosque and Al-Sharif, and provocations, incitement, assaults on Palestinian Muslim and Christian worshippers, breaching international law and historic legal status quo. So, of course, that's from the state of Palestine. That was what they said. Then into the UN, I believe, there as well. So, look, like, you know, all war takes two to tango. So, as much as I'm saying, like, Israel has done bad shit. I'll never say Israel has not done terrible shit over the past decades. But what we've seen then yesterday, of course, looks absolutely insane with what the terrorist organisation backed by Palestine has actually done. So, yeah, it is just crazy. We can hear a lot. We're just not seeing that much yet. You can see trails here. Unless it's my eyes seeing things because I'm so tired. Oh shit. Sorry. Yep, my stream is now live. Sorry. I was a few minutes behind. Paraglider versus F-16 in a dogfight. Yeah, we may see that. May see how that bloody goes on from there. Endrick, mate, thank you for the donation. I really do appreciate that. And good morning to you as well, sir. It's the afternoon, almost evening for me. Actually, it is evening for me here. Bloody, what time is it? It's bloody 6:25. Jesus, I did not know it was that late. And also, mate, Tom Caskey, thank you very much, mate. I really, really appreciate you looking after me. Oh, as I read your message. Almost 1 a.m. If Gaza goes, it reduces the card iron play. Have to move soon. If there are thunderstorms, F6 to F-35 losers. Yeah, legit. Right, let's have a look and see what other updates we have, what footage we're getting coming through from some of the pages too. Thank you, Danny, as well, mate, for the donation. I really do appreciate that as well. Right. Iranian officials say that if their country is attacked, there will be strikes on Israel from Lebanon, Yemen, and Iraq, as well as sending fighters from Syria. So that is pretty fucking wild. So, yeah, that's big. Iranian officials, if they get attacked. So I don't think that there's going to be more. Well, we do know that there are attacks from Israel back out to Iran. We not recently, but we have seen those over the past year. So then they're saying that more of those Islamic countries then will more further strike in. So we might have a look over some videos here as well that have come out. So we're not getting a hell of a lot from the live. So as you can see, some of these massive strikes that are going on. So just absolutely flattening entire areas. Look at that. Just unbelievable amount of firepower right in these built up areas. Yeah. Have a great night, mate. Appreciate it. So many strikes in there, and that's what we're going to see more of. It's just these massive... Look, like this whole area over this 50-second video, we'll just skip faster through. Just unbelievable amount of firepower, specifically like right in that area. Same as areas like this. So just fucking insane. The amounts they say, you know, there's been only a few hundred people dead. I'd say it will be significantly more than that of going on. Right. The human cost. Right, let's have a look at what then Al Jazeera is saying about the human cost of this too. And then I'll have a scroll on Twitter and see if I can find any videos for you. Trust me, mate. Triple H, Delta's not going to tell you what they're doing. Do you think that Iran would get Hamas to do this because of recent talks between Saudi and Israel? Look, mate, potentially. There's a hell of a lot. I think there's probably something that we see in this, and people don't like me saying this about other wars, but things like this are far more complex than they first come across. That there's going to be so many complexities in this with the globalization of the world, of which countries are actually involved doing whatever. So what I'm getting at is there's going to be a whole variety of reasons this is happening and a variety of people coming in. Jack Scully, mate. Hi, Willie. All this content you view covering the wars for us can surely take a toll on one's mental health. Please be sure to take some time for yourself whenever you need it. Thank you, bro. I really appreciate that, Jack, and hope you're doing well, mate, in California and looking after yourself. Yeah, it can get a bit hard, and I always tell people to look after yourselves if you do take in a lot of this sort of content. It can get very wearing on you as well. Oh no, we're just hearing that. What you're hearing is just wind noise, I believe, in the microphone. Right, let me have a look. I want to have a look over that stream. We're not going to watch further right now because not that much is actually happening in it. Right. What time is it where you guys are? Let us know where you are and what time it is, because we're seeing a bit of fluctuation in some people come and go. So I think there's going to be people coming and going. The human cost of these Israeli attacks. Let me bring this one up so you guys can watch. Oh, wrong one. That's what I wanted. More than 1,100 people have reportedly been killed in the latest fighting between Hamas and the Israeli military, including 436 Palestinians. Israeli attacks on the Gaza Strip over the past 15 years have resulted in the killing of thousands of Palestinians, including women, children, and the elderly. Here's a breakdown. So as you can see, significantly more cost on the Palestinian side. Because what you can see here is, of course, Israel has the Iron Dome system, so not that much gets in, as well as a significantly more powerful military there as well. So, yeah. We know the human cost of this war. We haven't even seen the beginning of this yet, because we spoke about this right in the beginning of the stream, that 200 Polish Special Forces guys have landed in Israel to pull out Poles there too. The human cost of this war not only goes on, while the war's happening, but then, of course, the hospitals will have to close down. The emergency services aren't going to even have fuel or food or whatever, so it's going to get fucking insane. So, yeah, the human cost of this goes on for years and years following just the initial invasion of this. So where this war actually goes, we don't know, but this is going to be long. Like, if there's actually a grand invasion, this is going to take weeks or more to actually, come to like decent gains through, unless there is some level, of, I guess, negotiation. But I don't know about you guys, but I just cannot see Israel actually negotiating in this at all. Or Palestine. I think this is Palestine's like full final stand they've done. Like, this is all or nothing. And in the same breath, I think that Israel's like, no, it's all or nothing. And, I think we could see fucking tens of, like Dream Badger says, 5-digit dead or 6 digits in the dead. Absolutely. Yes, we are very lucky living in Australia, Michael. Absolutely. Yeah, Israel's pissed. They're looking for an excuse. Yeah, I think for sure. And, I don't want to warmonger or fearmonger, but, there's a real thing that something like this could, break out into wider war. And I think we were lucky that the Russia-Ukraine conflict didn't break out into wider war, that it's been sort of localized to two countries to a degree. But, as you know, this could really be out, a lot. It could have got a lot worse, and this has the potential the same. Anytime things like this are happening, things can go really poorly, and it can get big very, very quickly. Someone has said, and I do agree on who said this, China has been very quiet. Can anyone actually find, has anyone found if China has actually done a release on this and what they say specifically about it? No, they haven't. Yeah, China fucking, they've been very quiet on it, which is a concern, because China is like a big, very, very influential country in something like this, like unbelievably. So it will be very interesting to see like their worldwide influence that actually comes of this. China will care if it gives them an opportunity for something economic, something like that. Like, yeah, China will care there. So the local government at Sderot, which is where Hamas has captured in Israel, their local government has said to people there, please prepare supplies and water. It is forbidden to leave your home. So, fucking crazy. Right, sorry, I'm just reading some stuff if I'm being quiet. When I'm reading, I'll chuck back up your thing so you can start watching. Any updates from the northern border? No, I'm having a look, but we haven't got anything from the northern border. We haven't actually really got that much today from the northern border, which is bloody interesting because that was really, I thought yesterday, what was going to be a real cooking point, or boiling point, I should say. Cooking point, what the fuck am I on about? Too much streaming in the past couple of days. Is when that Hezbollah in Lebanon were sort of getting involved on that other front on the north. That could have been, that's where the expansion could have really come very quickly. And that did expand there for a little bit, but we haven't really heard that much. Maybe it is staying more quiet. Oh, God. Maybe it is staying more quiet. Also, Angelina, level 2, you've become an average Willy. Thank you very much. I really, really appreciate it. Just like Angelina, if you'd like to support the channel, you can send a super chat. You can donate through the PayPal link above, or you can become a member of the channel, or you can buy some of the merch. I think there's a link somewhere, but I do really appreciate that. Pinky Full says, curious about your regarding the risk of multi-front engagement. I think it's highly unlikely, but Hezbollah might get involved pretty easily. Yeah, I do think it is unlikely that we will see multi-front engagement. I still don't think we'll see. I don't think it's in anyone's interest to see like mass expansion of this, but at the same time, multi-front engagement is very, very dangerous. But at the same time, Hezbollah, they are involved, and we have heard that Israel is firing stuff back across the border at them too. So it'll be interesting to see exactly what's going on there. Is it just me, or is the chat way, way behind the actual stream? Maybe I'm watching the stream back a little bit. I don't know. Here we go. Sorry for the yen. That's fine. Stationed in Japan in United States Air Force. But did you know that all the peacekeepers in Israel are Chinese? Sorry, did you know all the peacekeepers in Israel are Chinese from the UN? That is something I didn't know. So what you're saying is the peacekeepers in Israel are Chinese. Well, then they definitely have some involvement there as well. Does anyone know why this would be delayed? Because I have no idea. As you know, I'm not really good with technology there. That's definitely notable as well. So we could see a lot more pop up through a little bit of everywhere. Yeah, Visegrad, yeah, they have talked with other countries and said that other countries don't want to really get involved. Let's see what Sarah Ashton Cirillo has to say. The Moscow-Tehran axis of evil is a direct threat to the whole world. No, just the usual shit from them. Right, let's have a look. Israeli army. Most residents of Israeli towns adjacent to the Lebanese border have evacuated their homes. Right, so the towns along the border there have then been evacuated. Right, I think we will in the next couple of hours probably start seeing a lot of these attacks start picking up. We are hearing a bit, but we will start seeing. What I do suggest people do too is also like open up a tab with like Reuters or one of those live streams in there as well. You got to admit, the Iron Dome is fucking very, very impressive. I am surprised I know Ukraine did ask for the Iron Dome, but I'm surprised there wasn't more like asking bloody for it. So let's have a look at this. Look at that. That's just fucking insane, isn't it? What do you think of the rumor? What do you think of the rumor that China hit their own submarine trap? Could be. We don't really know. It's hard to actually. It's hard to get. I'm so tired. It's hard to get an idea with anything in China. It's bloody impossible to get an idea of actually what's bloody happening. But could they run into their own trap? Yeah, absolutely. Submarines are fucking, you know, very complex bit of kit. And we've had plenty of sub incidents. A lot of countries like have had submarine incidents. And yeah, they could absolutely hit their own sub trap. But bit of a fuck up if that is what occurred. Oh my fucking god. Oh. Right. Let's have a look at what news is coming through currently. Let's have a look at the live stream as well. Big strikes. Right, okay. Wait, I'm rolling back for you. Jay. Okay, guys, we're looking in this position here where my cursor is. Can you guys actually hear this? So multiple strikes in Gaza. Very close to this building. Remember, this is the hotel that like it looks over the water where we zoomed in on the boat as well yesterday. Big strikes. All right, we're just going to skip forwards and see what's going on. Okay, I think we might have missed. Okay, this is live now. Oh no, that's the same one. It's just the plume actually rising from there, so we can't actually see what was hit there. But big strikes. Much better audio. I think I am working out the audio very slowly. Like I'm a bit useless, but I think we are sorting the audio as we go with this as well. I think I'm sorting out OBS a little bit as well. So the war is definitely happening. 500-pounder. Yeah, they're big bombs. They're big bombs. Look at that. Imagine that hitting in the middle of your fucking town. I was driving around today just being like, imagine if, like, this is just someone's home. Like, imagine this happening where you come from. Like, it's pretty fucking insane. Where would the intel come from to plan their strikes? Well, plenty of places intel comes from to plan strikes. Shit, heaps. So, look, everything from, you know, there's ISR assets in the air as far as drones looking down, things like this, surveillance, all this sort of shit from multiple different sources, as well as a lot of people say you couldn't swing a cat in Palestine and not hit like an Israeli intelligence officer there too. So, you know, from on the ground as well, partisans, things like this. So there's gonna be so much coming, but a lot of it's just going to be from assets. You hear that drone, this the entire time that drone is just in the air, and that's just going to have thermal cameras, sensors, all this sort of shit, as well as other bits and pieces that just look over and look at areas that are going to get a strike, and they see like build up of people, they put that against their intelligence, and then yeah, they'll have a further striking from there. So, okay. Hamas has published footage targeting regime aircraft with surface-to-air missiles. Fuck, why is this not loading? Oh, shit. The fuck is this video not loading? I don't know about you guys, do you find Twitter is really fucking buggy? I'm just going to watch this this video first before I share it with you guys of the surface-to-air missiles, just to see if we think it's fake from Hamas. Okay, that's definitely not fake. Right. Now, at least engage them. We can't see if they actually hit anything. The fuck? This is some ghetto shit. Right, I can definitely watch this with you guys then. Start uploading to Telegram when you stream. Did I not upload to Telegram? I think I did. I think I put on Telegram that I'm live, didn't I? We'll watch this then in 1 second. I think that I did. Yeah, definitely did. Right. I'm going to watch this. So Hamas publishes footage of them targeting regime to Israeli aircraft with surface-to-air missiles. So this looks real, unlike the PlayStation game we saw before. You can see the chaff, like the flares popping out of the aircraft. Can someone tell me what weapon system this actually is? I've bloody no idea. There's a bit of, like, bloody fucking plumbing pipe. So in tandem here. And then look, appearing to show some level of strike, but we can't really see what exactly happened there. I don't believe they were taken down, but we're not super sure. So that is Ingler? Oh, okay. I'm a bloody noob when it comes to, like, identification of weapons. I should be better, but... Alright, let's see if we can look at anything more while we go. Means pin in Russian. Right. US Senate leader Chuck Schumer is in talks with China's Wang Yi, saying, I was disappointed by China's statement that showed no sympathy or support for Israel during these troubled times. Right. Let's then have a look. Chinese statement on Israel 5 hours ago. Right. Can we actually find this? Right. Here we go. Ministry of Foreign Affairs for People's Republic of China. Why the fuck does their internet site look like something you'd have back in like 2004? Yeah, we're hearing some shit. Wait, I'm just watching the stream because I'm hearing some jets, but no, stream's still not showing anything. Right, so from the bloody 2004 website, Foreign Ministry spokesperson remarked on the escalation and tensions between Palestine and Israel. The question was, a fierce conflict has broken out between Israel and Palestinian armed groups in the Gaza Strip, causing massive casualties on both sides. Does China have any comment on this? Guys, come out. China is deeply concerned over the current escalation of tensions and violence between Palestine and Israel. We call on relevant parties to remain calm, exercise restraint, and immediately end the hostility to protect civilians and avoid further deterioration of the situation. The recurrence of the conflict, once again, shows once again that the protracted standstill of the peace process cannot go on. The fundamental way out of the conflict lies in implementing the two-state solution and establishing an independent state of Palestine. The international community needs to act with greater urgency, step up input into the Palestine question, facilitate the early resumption of peace talks between Palestine and Israel, and find a way out to bring about enduring peace. China will continue to work relentlessly with the international community towards that end. So, putting up there that, well, they're not willing to call out really Israel in this as well. So that's where a lot of people were shitty over that, because what that wasn't it. I was trying to find where someone was criticising China's actual statement on this as well. But like someone just said, like, you know, there needs to be some what did we do to have this happen as well. Philip Hancock, Willie, first time catching you live. Mate, thank you very much. I'm glad you're here. This is my third ever live. So if it's shit, I do apologise, but we are getting somewhere. All right, so would it be interesting what China has to say about Afghanistan as well? I like how China do this in like a way of like they're acting like they're asking like a Q&A when we know this would be scripted down through like every fucking thing ever. Right, Angelina, this is the most classic China being like, we are the good, what do you mean? And just trying to get peace. I mean, look at the US. They ain't seeking any peace, bro. Yeah, that's true. No one's really seeking peace. Right. It was noted that a magnitude 6.2 earthquakes hit Herat province in western Afghanistan on October the 7th local time, killing more than 2,000 and injuring nearly 10,000. Are there any Chinese casualties in the earthquake? Will China provide disaster relief assistance to Afghanistan? China noted that the devastating earthquakes which hit Herat province in Afghanistan caused heavy casualties. We deeply mourn for the victims and offer our sincere sympathies to the injured and the families who have lost their loved ones. We believe that the people of Afghanistan will overcome the impact of the disaster and rebuild their homes at an early date. We will do our best to assist Afghanistan's disaster relief efforts in light of its needs. We've been checking with various sources and so far found no injuries or deaths that have come off Chinese nationals. So basically bloody hopes and prayers, basically not that much. But that is the but they are the updates we have from China's press and media service. I think that is it. Alright, so we aren't seeing anything on that live camera yet, but I will keep looking at it. No, the optics in the background, they're not functional. I can't afford $40,000 fucking nods. Maybe I can afford $40,000 nods. Then you never know. Right, what should we talk about? Yeah, guys, fucking hit like. If you haven't yet, click like, hit subscribe. Help out your boy. If you'd like to support me financially, there's the little bloody links, but the PayPal's better, but either one is more than fine, but I appreciate your time anyway. I do need to do a couple of things this afternoon, so I may leave a live stream up for a second. What I do need to do is I do desperately need fucking piss. But then I've got some packages that I need to move into the shed as well. I'm hearing more firing. Right, so I'm just trying to find some good intel to talk about with you guys. Today's piss count. I think today's piss count is at 2 or 3. Right, I will be back. I'm going to be back in a few seconds. What I do need to do is I need to run out. I need to chuck some... I need to put some stuff in my shed in case someone fucking steals it, because I literally have a bloody... shower sitting just in the middle of nowhere at the moment at the front of my house. So I do need that, and then I do need to go and take a mad piss. But things are moving pretty slow at the moment, so we will see what we'll do. Yeah, we got 3 on the piss talk. What do you guys reckon? Hit yes in the chat. If we get enough yeses, I may come back and show you my fucking ongoing drone skills. We have just seen another strike, actually. Let me fix this up for you. So here we go. Just in this region where my cursor is. There's that strike popping up. Okay, we'll come back to live, and that's where it's looking like then at the moment. The problem is the reason I piss so much is I'm drinking as much fluids as I can because my voice gets so dry. Like the continual talking for hours and hours. I get super fucking dry. I do have a tiny man's bladder. Alright, what are we looking at? We're hearing fighter jets, but not that much else. Right. Let me know if you want me to do the drone stream when I'm back. And then I just got to move some shit into the shed. I'll be back in 1 sec. Right, quick update. That I am not strong enough to move the stuff I needed to move. Holy fuck. Did not work. I needed to move some of these packages. Whoa, we just have big strikes. We're going to move this across. But yeah, had some packages arrive for these Renos, and I couldn't even fucking lift it off the ground. So I'm going to have to get one of my mates to come out and give me a fucking hand, maybe tomorrow. It might mean I need to go to bed a bit earlier tonight than bloody 6 a.m. whatever we did. So the video pans around. And then we have these strikes here. Yeah, I picked it up and I'm like, this is too heavy for anyone to fucking steal from the front of my house. So fuck. Oh, that's fucked. Jesus Christ. It'd have to be well over a fucking 100 kilos. Willie, check out this live cam footage. It has like 7 or 8 live cameras worth putting up behind your stream. PK Nexus, where, man? Where am I looking? I don't think you sent a link. Maybe send me either a link or send me where I can go and find it. Just let me know. Well, send me either. I don't think you guys can send links, but just tell me like where to go and find if you want me to look at specific footage. Link is in chat. Can't find the link, bro. I don't think you're allowed to post links. Tell me, let me know what channel it is. Is it a YouTube channel? Is it another channel? Yeah, send links with it .com. Yeah, put everything but the .com and I can add that. Right, so in Queens? What the fuck is that? Right, you chucked it on the Telegram. Right, let me have a look. So it is... Right, in Queen X. Okay. Right, okay, here we go. Okay, boys, we're back. Oh, we are fucking back on. Is this what we wanted, guys? Is this what we wanted? Have we got there now? Let me see. If I can shrink myself down. Is that better? We got there, boys. We got there, boys. Fuck, how the fuck do I get myself back up? There we go. Okay. We're seeing everything. We're hearing everything. We're doing well. Fucking wild, isn't it? So I'm guessing this is security camera footage, some of this. Can we move that? Oh no, that is the bottom. And then this is AP. Oh, this is whatever. Yeah. Right. Okay, that is better. Thank you. I'm sorry. I fucked around. I fucked around and found out. I did fuck up. Oh. God, my hands hurt. You know, like... You know that like stupid like plastic wrapping thing they have around like packages? I lifted on that and now bloody I'm sore. That was the heaviest thing I've lifted all day and I've bloody been at the gym today. Yeah, did I get premium? Fucking look at the top left corner. Look at that. Premium, baby. So we are hearing more streams. So we have coming from here. Hezbollah works in a very discreet manner, and then all at once it's already operating deep inside Israel. So what we're hearing is Hezbollah deep operators wear Israeli uniforms, radios, and are linked agents on the ground and will speak perfect Hebrew and Yiddish. So people are saying that there are going to be more people from Hezbollah right in the mix of things as well. So apparently Israeli TV has quoted saying that 300,000 reserves have been called up in the largest ever draft. Oh, fuck. You know, now that we've got this up, now that we've done this so well, I can't bloody show you how I fly my fucking thing. Just hide the chat on the screen. How do I do that? Pop out chat, participants, hide chat. Is that better? Put the stream in wide mode, Willie. Jesse Cabezas. Here's the Bring Willie to America fund. Thank you very much. Yeah, like I've spoken about, I'd like to come over to the States. But it's difficult. It's bloody difficult for Australians. But thank you very much. I really, really appreciate that. So cheers. Cinema mode on the video itself will work. Oh, yeah? Okay. But then it might actually bump me out, maybe. Ooh. I'm just trying to think where... Should I put myself over this camera down here? It's probably better. Like, I don't think we're going to see much on this bottom one as we may on the other ones. If that makes more sense. Why did Hamas hit that top left building? No, it wasn't Hamas that hit this building. That was Israel that hit this building. We don't know what was there, but they opened it. They hit it a couple of times. They absolutely fucking thrashed it with a lot of shit. Okay, has that made you guys happier? Now that you've got me? How's that? Yeah, that's the same as Reuters as well. Looks good. Yeah, it looks better. Death toll's well over 1,000 when you combine, but I'm not sure how much it actually is. I'm not sure if the guys we saw before were looters or were just guys like cleaning up their store or whatever's going on, but like you're going to have looting and stuff in something like this just purely from like, you know, you'd be like, fuck, well, I'm going to get some shit from fucking food and some fuel and shit because this is all going to go to shit. Like, yeah, this is going to get way worse before it gets better. That's absolutely for sure. No, they're going through papers and stuff. Oh, that's interesting. I missed that. Very interesting. But you can see the fire truck. Oh, no, sorry, not a fire truck, just a truck there as well. I think we... Oh, no, that's good enough. I'll stop fucking around with it. I'm sure that pretty soon we will start seeing... We will start seeing some more strikes and things occur because it was about this time last night or maybe a little bit later we started seeing a heap going on. What I wanted to have a look at as well, but I might just have to send myself this and have a look. The building was said to be the bank where Hamas had their money. We're alright. Okay. Interesting. Where's my other link? Right, let's look at what some things are coming. More webcam feeds on youtube.eocamweb. This one, let's go with this one, then we'll have a look at that one later, bro. I'll have a look at that right now, and I'll see if it's looking better or not. I'll just look at it on this other page, but thank you PK Nexus for your donation, mate. That really helps out. For those, if you'd like to donate to my work, my stream, and taking time doing this, please just see the link at the top or the link at the bottom and you have a look. Okay, I can't find any of... That's what you sent doesn't tend to show that there is stream on that. I'll clarify and see what it is. Right, so the apparently airstrike on Jabala in Gaza minutes ago. It said that it's very bad as the place was packed. But we don't have footage of that currently. I'll see if I can find something and share it across. They're definitely not waiting around. Like Israel is pushing hard. Looks like you should get paid this stream. Just got an advert. Jesus Christ, I didn't know I got any adverts on this. Do you even sleep? Has anything substantial gone on since last night's stream? I did sleep, but not that much. If you can see that I'm looking tired, I only got like 4.5, 5 hours of sleep. Nothing like majorly substantial has happened. Like nothing that's like fucking absolutely game changing. But they've been just continually bombing through Gaza, called up reserves. So there's 100,000 Israeli reserves on the southern border at the moment with Gaza in the south. There's a heap of reserves up in the north with Lebanon. And we have calls only just recently that there's going to be another 300,000 reserves called up as well. So, yeah, very interesting to see everything going on there. So there's going to be more and more. The drone I have, so I just have a cheap like DJI Mavic Air, or Air 2S or so, whatever the drone is. But then I have like a controller to I can fly like it's a fucking horse. Fly like FPV drone on my computer for like simulating training. So yeah, we'll stream that at some point. Do you have a donation goal to unlock beer for a drunk stream? If people donate money, I'll start drinking beers on stream. But we haven't done that many figures this stream, which is absolutely fine. It's not why I do it, but you guys hit some figures. We'll get some beers going. How effective do you think the bombing of Gaza has been so far? I would say very effective. Like, these bombs don't fuck around. But we're not really sure. We'll get an update at some point. So then we have this video here that Hamas publishes footage showing their first time using the homemade rocket system. So I can't see like any radar like guidance system actually on this. That'll be the debt. Yep. Yeah, what they don't show is like where the guidance is coming from. On the telephone. Dramatic music. Well, I'm going to guess that those systems aren't working that well because we've seen a heap of drones, heap of whatever going on, and haven't yet seen any drones or planes actually confirmed taken down by Hamas either. But very interesting to look at as well. 5-minute crafts have stepped up, yeah, somewhat. But yeah, still very effective. With a pointy nose because it looks better. Yeah, great movie. Okay. Iran has denied it had a role in the Hamas attack on Israel. So saying here, the accusations linked to an Iranian role are based on political reasons for a ministry there. Palestinians had the necessary capacity and will to defend their nation and recover their rights without any help from Tehran. So Iran, at least publicly, is trying to somewhat stay out of this. But I think we all, fuck's sake, I think we all know that Iran is involved in some way or another, but we're not exactly sure what capacity yet they're actually involved in. So we have also then this saying Operation underway in Israel's Sderot. Al Jazeera is this, who's in Ashdod in Israel, is reporting that an operation is underway here to find Hamas fighters who are possibly in the Israeli territory. Stratford quoted an Israeli military spokesman as saying that the Israeli Defence Force is surprised that government forces are still looking for Hamas fighters within Israel. He thought that they would be in a better position than they are today. So thought that Israel would have actually been able to clear this out much faster inside of Israel, which is very surprising. They added on their way to Ashdod, the Al Jazeera team spotted a dead body and smelt potentially rotting bodies, which is just disgusting. The smell of rotting bodies is gross. It's like sweet. It sucks. And it's weird. It's like, yeah, if you'll know what I mean if you smelt it. Fucking shocking. Yeah, but I am surprised that Israel hasn't got more on top of that, you know, Hamas still have guys operating inside Israeli territory. Going for it. Philip Hancock, let the beers flow, mate. Thank you very much. I do really appreciate it. Yeah, PK Nexus brings up a good point that a lot of the training we see for the powered paraglider, things like this, drills that were from Iran, don't see them being able to carry out that, actually carrying that out in Palestine. You'd think if they're doing, in Palestine, you'd think if they're doing that in Gaza, they would actually then notice it and then go from there. Now there is audio, I think. Is there? Or have I fucking done this? No, there's audio on the feed. I think it's the feed you sent me. Only has audio off one of the cameras. Yeah, I'm not sure which camera. It probably is the bottom right one, I think. Maybe has it. Shannon, thank you for the donation through the PayPal link. I really appreciate that. Yeah, if you want to donate, the best way is 100% through the PayPal, as I really, really appreciate the super chats, but YouTube does take a 30% cut because of all the work they do. Right, let's see if there's any video here. Still Iran just denying they had any involvement. See if there's any update. Well, I reckon, lads, I might get some dinner. I don't watch... Is it normal to eat on stream? Do streamers eat on stream? So the big strike, the big Israeli strike on the mosque that only just happened apparently. This is footage of that just there. So it's not disgusting if I eat on stream. Does anyone know in the chat what came of the Peace Festival? Yeah, bro. Absolutely shocking, bro. They're saying that it was 260 people were killed in that. So they rocked up to apparently just an absolute massacre for it. So absolutely fucking shocking. Absolutely shocking. What, you know, and this is part of what I say about, like, I just can't see Israel like letting this go. Like, it's not like it's just going to get worse and worse and worse. Just mute the munching. Right, well, we're hearing planes, I believe. What should I have for dinner? Joe Reed Smith is triggered using post-nominals for a nickname after a nickname to get videos on YouTube. Fuck off. Israeli says they've called up 300,000 reserves. Yeah, we shared that just before Israel have shared that. I've always been... what do you say? I've always been partial to Palestinians because but to support them doing something like that is insanity. It's like cheering on a guy that did Mandatory Bay massacre. Yeah, that's the thing. This is a lot with what I believe has happened. That like a lot of people are sort of on the fence are going to absolutely like absolutely lose any support for Palestine, and like the way Palestine's doing it, it's just going to bloody murder them. You still watch cows? Yeah, absolutely, man. I had 3 eggs and a bit of toast today, whatever that actually comes out to. Joe Reed Smith is still going at it. Yeah, it was an OAM for fucking raising money for fucking cancer. Anyway, what sane normal person would go to a rave in the middle of nowhere? Like heaps of people go to raves in the middle of nowhere, mate. It's normal. Don't blame the victims of something horrible like that. Like they weren't to know that a bloody terrorist organisation was going to come across the border in bloody whatchamacallits, paragliders, and then fucking massacre everyone and do horrific like humanitarian crimes. That's just shocking. You can't blame people for that. Like, because if it was happened the other way, what would you say? If Palestine was having a festival and then Israel did this, we'd blame the exact same. Time for tea. There are a lot of raves in some fucking weird areas. Do Australians eat kangaroo? Yeah, Australians definitely eat kangaroos, mate. How does this end, mate? How does this end? Your guess is seriously as good as mine. Absolutely no idea how this ends so far. But at least we know in the next couple of days what we're probably going to see is Israel launch a level of offensive, but we're not really sure. We're not sure how a ground offensive would actually like pop out on this. It's going to be fucking wild. Because like a ground offensive in this, the casualties, both sides, civilians, whatever, is just going to be absolutely huge. Like I just don't see how Israel's going to clear somewhere as densely populated as this without taking his insane casualties, especially that it is. Yeah, that's their home. Like this is Palestinian homeland. Like they have all the tunnels. I know where they're going. Like they have the home sort of ground advantage on how that is actually going to be going from there as well. So. Yeah, it's going to be increasingly difficult to go and actually clear all of that. So, no idea. I'm going to try and find a better one and see if you can find any of that audio that people want to do. What's your opinion on Australia wanting to invade PNG? Australia does not want to invade Papua New Guinea. Australia's had a fair bit to do with PNG over the years, but we're not invading. I can't tell if that was a chopper or like gun in the distance. What incentives do Israel have not to level the city other than what incentives do Israel have not to level the city other than the civilians? A lot of the reason they're not leveling the city is more so from a political stance around the world. Like if Israel just went full on and just leveled this one to actually be able to level it, but they'd lose so much support very, very quickly. Like, so yeah, you're not allowed to do it. The humanitarian laws of armed conflict, they can't just do that, as well as, the support would just fucking drop from there. Oh, they definitely can do it if they wanted to. Israel's still a nuclear power, but whether they sort of can do it with still having any political ties, then they can't do. Do you think that Palestine can win this? No. This is the thing, is no one can tell me. Like, no one's given me a good answer to, like, what was Palestine's end goal in this? Like, what were they trying to get on this? It was like I don't get what Hamas's goal was. Like, Hamas was never going to be able to, like, take Tel Aviv. Like, I don't really get what their end goal was. This maybe to show, maybe it was to show that they can actually have more of a push, and then try and, like, rally support from other external countries against Israel, gain, like, PR wins and whatever. But, like, I don't see, because I think it's backfired. Like, I think the amount of support that Palestine has lost in this and that from Hamas is fucking crazy. So I don't really get what their end state actually wanted to be, but I also don't see what Israel's end state is. They haven't, like, given an end state. Like, they haven't given an end state of, like, yep, we are doing this, and then we're going to get to this. Like, they haven't given where they want to end up. Any updates on the hostages for ransom conditions? No, we don't know what conditions the hostages are in. You know, some will say they're in good conditions. Others will say they're being kept in the tunnels. Others will be being used as slaves. Shocking stuff like this. There was a video of there was a shocking video of a little baby girl, like, 3 years old, just walking, who had been separated, and with Hamas terrorists, and basically saying, like, oh, look at this. This is our enemy, to this, like, little toddler, bloody this big, who's, like, lost from a parent. So it's just fucking horrific. So, yeah, but I'm not sure where this actually leads. Like, I'd love you guys to know where this leads. Give me where you want to say. But, yeah. Hamas literally had kill all on paper. Yeah. There's been some pretty horrific shit. But we won't see. Israel has said that they assume that all the hostages are dead. Can Israel wipe out all Hamas without wiping out all Gaza? Like, theoretically, yes, but the problem is, like, Hamas is so just involved in the residential community here. Like, it's all, it's just intertwined. So it's sort of like why, if you actually looked at the size of, like, Afghanistan compared to, like, the Western soldiers there, if it was conventional military, you could have done it, but they're in and out of villages and this and that. You couldn't, yeah. It's just so mixed up in that. Jackie Kennedy, thank you, mate, for the donation. Really appreciate that. He says the end goal is to make Israel overreact and therefore make other Arab nations cease normalization of efforts with Israel. It's Hamas's last hope. Yeah, it does sort of seem like this somewhat is like Hamas's last sort of stand, that if this doesn't work, then it's not going to really go well. So, yeah, it is interesting to see. Brian G says, while condemning the actions of Hamas, you also need to remember all the bad shit done to Palestinians for decades. The Israeli government also has a role to play in this. Yeah, if anyone's watched this stream for any amount of time, you'll know that I've, constantly said, that Israel has done terrible shit back to Palestine as well. That, they didn't really get the weight of the international law against them for those things that have happened. Both sides have done terrible shit, but in what we saw yesterday, just absolutely fucking insane. It'd be like Black Hawk Down on steroids. The problem is, this has been going on for 2,000 years. The problem is modern weapons now. Look at the numbers to tell you which side suffers more terrible shit more. No, it doesn't really work like that. Like, it doesn't work exactly that way because, of course, Israel have a lot better defenses, so a lot less Israelis are going to die. That doesn't exactly mean who's doing worse shit, if that makes sense. Yeah. Thank you, Shannon. I really appreciate that, and thank you, Oliver, as well. Do really appreciate that. And you've said, be night. Did Ukraine do anything like this against Russia? Well, I guess you could say in occupied territories, Ukraine has put shells into Donetsk areas like that. Like we have seen that. That's well documented. People say it never happened, which it has. Plenty of humanitarian orgs pre-2022 were reporting on that in 14. Was it anywhere near the case on the other side? No. But it did happen. Okay, the top right one, which is Reuters one, is swinging around. Maybe I've seen something, maybe not. Good evening, Willie. Red Dragon, you're back, mate. I remember you from last night. I hope you slept well. Didn't. How much has changed since 7 a.m? Not that much to change. Like, really, we've been looking over some more statements of some stuff, but mainly it's just been a continuation of these strikes, and Israel continue to call up their mobilization of their force, or mobilize all their forces to then further move guys into areas. So we're seeing 100,000 have been, 300,000 been called up, and 100,000 Israeli soldiers are on the southern border. We're not sure how many up in the north. You got to remember too that there are, propaganda actions at play here too that will, push people's opinions on things as well. Right, so Hungary continues to evacuate people. Hungary's foreign minister has said his country is in the process of evacuating more than 110 people from Israel. Let's see what other news we've got. Same as Iran. Iran saying they have, continuing to say they've got no involvement in this. So there is some insane that strike we just saw before, the big strike on near the mosque area. This is then I can't show the video, but footage there of how much has actually been taken down there. So massive residential buildings completely taken down there, and people now going through the rubble. We can hear jets on the stream. The UN has said serious damage to a school belonging to our organisation housing displaced family in Gaza Strip after it was bombed by Israeli warplanes. You should hear them from the stream. Let me see if I can turn this up. How's that? Can you hear it now? Okay, you can hear good. I think I might have just had the output a bit low so you can see another strike over the back here too. Okay, so we are just hearing now breaking news that there are explosions in Jerusalem. I'll see if I can find anything more on this. This is somewhat what people have said, that there could be like basically sleeper agents in places in Israel acting that could come in. And they're saying as well, people have said they could also be from Hezbollah as well. So the director of Gaza ambulance said more than 510 people have been killed, 2,750 have been injured due to ongoing Israeli bombing. Gaza resident has told Al Jazeera, we run out of adjectives to describe the Israeli bombing of whole blocks targeting Palestinian families as they slept, targeting mosques, businesses and residential areas. The night was unprecedented. We barely slept. The situation was terrifying. I think this is just going to be the beginning because the bombs have not stopped for 10 hours, not even for a minute. So saying the bombs haven't stopped and saying that it could be just the beginning, and that is from someone who's in Gaza. What do you think of the Iron Dome, Billy? I think the Iron Dome's fucking insane. I think it's fucking unbelievable how it works. There was some evidence of some jamming yesterday on it, as well as some like a lot of people like a saturation of it too, like that many rockets went up it couldn't actually hit them all. But you know, the Iron Dome is still active. People say it's inactive, but it is still active, and it has been doing, you know, a fairly good job there. Iron Dome is unbelievable. Unbelievable bloody stuff. Yeah, intentional intelligence failure. Yeah, absolutely, it could be. Hey, you really have a good day. Elias and God, you have a good day too. You think Australian cities should have their own kind of air defence? Sure. There's capability for air defence. Like, the capability exists. It's just not in the city. Like, there's no need for it. Like, nothing's ever flying into cities. The theories about Israel orchestrating this are absurd in my opinion. It would be the most flawless, smooth operation ever in history. Oh, I agree. I don't think they orchestrated any of this. But to say that there was no intelligence known, it just seems fucking crazy. Richard, hey mate. No, I really appreciate that, Richard. Alright. Well, guys, I am going to get some food in me. I'm just going to get something really bloody simple and go from there. But I will be back in a few minutes. I think you've got the stream up. You can watch that. Where is your water bottle from? This is a Shakespeare, like, steel bottle. Don't get them plastics in you, baby. Right, I'll be back. Right, what have I missed? Have I got anyone still here, or am I gone? Have I lost the stream? Oh, we still have some people. We did lose a lot. Oof, we had a big dip. That's all good. That is happening. But I am back, guys, and I'll be eating while looking at your stuff. So I'm going to be more interested in what you guys have to say, and then that I'm actually talking about. So thank you very much for waiting around for me. What have we seen in the lives? Have we seen anything come through? Top right hand had some booms. Right, yeah, I can see that. Shit, how do fucking YouTubers do this? Made some dodgy pasta. Like pasta with Greek yogurt in it. If that doesn't sound good, it's not great. I was rushing and I was like, fuck, what can I make in like 10 minutes? But it'll do. Right. Let me have a look at said chat. Not much else. Some guys with some skids. Oh yeah. I swear too much? Nah, fuck off. Biggest deployment of women to the front line. Potentially. Like, Israel does have a shitload of soldiers, so yeah. 6-8 explosions in the last 10 minutes. Wow. Well, we started streaming about what? This time fucking last night, and we saw like a lot of explosions happening, and we've heard from Gaza residents saying that it's basically like the whole oh my god, the whole time. Yeah, you guys are right. If you don't want to hear swearing, Australian stream's probably the worst. But we'll live. Really, how much influence do you think the Taliban being incredibly well armed, controlling Afghan have for Israel? I think fuck all, really. Oh, you hear jets. It's getting louder too. Macy's and bangs. I don't think the Taliban have much real pull, like internationally. Like, they've got no real partners. No one's really, even if people like agreeing with them, no one really want to like say that they agree with them, if that makes sense. So they're in a bit of a rock and a hard place. So yeah, I don't think they have much, but it'd be interesting if the Taliban get involved. I think America would be like, right, Mark II. Yeah, the jet's already gone. They must have dropped something, you just must be able to see it. The jets, they're not flying around there for fun. I feel like a real streamer. I feel like a gamer dork sitting here eating fucking stuff in my face. What do gamers eat? Like nachos or something? How did yesterday's live stream go? It will be added to a playlist if it gets unlisted. Oh, yeah, I just didn't think anyone would actually want to re-watch a live stream. Yeah, I've no idea people would want to re-watch a live stream, so I can unlist them if you'd like to actually watch them. I thought people just wouldn't do that. What the fuck is Gamer Fuel? Burgers delivered. What, they just Uber Eats? That's probably fair enough. You don't have to take time off and pay. Oh my god, I can't talk. Time off to cook. Like, I was going to cook some meat, but then I was like, well, I can't have the fucking stove on and be in here. Imagine that, my house burned down while live. I would have watched previous stream work on one screen and, oh fuck, sorry man. What the fuck is what G Fuel? Gamer, is that Gamer Fuel? I have pre-workout. Is that the same shit? Red Dragon, mate. Yes, I got premium. Have a look. Top left corner. Oh no, you may not be able to see it. Wait, I'm just gonna drag this down. Premium. Look at that. Red Dragon. I do have YouTube Premium, so we're not getting any advertisements. But I do think you guys won't be getting any ads from me either because I'm demonetized as well. So fuck yeah. Yeah, the ads were so loud, man. Well, you should do an MRE meal review tomorrow while war is on the background. Lola Premium. I legitimately don't know anyone who has ration packs at the moment. Trying to think which of my mates would actually have one at home I could have. Maybe. Is people getting actual fucking ads? Are you getting ads today? That's fucking wild. Well, I shouldn't be because this stream's demonetized, so maybe they're just taking it all. You've had lads. That's weird. How's everyone's day going? Is everyone having a good day? You looking after yourselves? Did you go to the gym today? I went to the gym. I did shoulders at the gym. Quit smoking 4 days ago. Sick as. Well, good on you, mate. Like, I know I feel shit now, but you will feel a lot better in the future. When are you getting on TRT? Nah, not yet. Maybe one day. Imagine that. I'll just get massive. This will soon be the largest war ever televised. Yeah. I agree. I think this is going to be... I think the reason we make sure you want to televise, like, more of this war televised too, it's going to be so more dense than like Ukraine. Like Ukraine was happening on so many fronts, so many areas, where this is just going to be like all in one area going off. You got a 6-hour drive. Am I sticking with you? Like, I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to stick with you for that long. Are ads effective? Mate, I don't actually know. I've only had a few ads on a live stream and I've never been paid out from it, so I actually have no idea. Not as effective as donations. Stuart Burns, right there with the $2, mate. Thank you very much. I really do appreciate that. So look, let's say this: the one good thing about wars being televised, there's a lot of bad about it, but the one good thing is, I think there'll be more justice than ever. Or you can hear jets again, but I think, like, you know, the shit that the West got away with in like Iraq and shit like that, it just wouldn't happen now. Like, I think that's one good thing, is like more crimes will be brought to justice. I hope. I hope that's the outcome of it, which, you know, throughout history, you know, you bring exposure to something, it makes things better. I've lost lots of support shooting against civilians. Yeah, fucking no. If Israel just, if Palestine went in and like did their actual military operation and didn't just massacre civilians by the hundreds, they would have the world's support. But it's the exact opposite of that now. Really came to Google. Yeah, YouTube love money for them. YouTube make like, let's look this up. Their annual ad revenues, almost $30 billion US. Yet they're not paying on it. They're just bloody smashing people. Yeah, bro. I remember my voice was fucking horrific. Oh, we have missiles outgoing, top right, Gaza. On a random note, you're a good bloke, Willie. Mate, thank you very much. I really appreciate that. Oh, we can hear those strikes incoming and outgoing. Maybe Israel won't roll in. What about this? Maybe they just won't. Maybe all they're going to do is like, fucking hell, there's a lot going on. He's like, turn off the power, blockade all the entries and exits, and just like starve it out. Like, that's fucking it. Trump is doing a live speech right now. Fuck, we've got outgoing missiles though. Let me see if I can find him. Oh, gotta watch this first. Stuart Burns, mate, thank you very much. Yeah, force the surrender, that's more what I'm thinking. Turn off power and water. Force their hand. It wouldn't take long. And we've seen Israel filling up water supplies with concrete. Well, we may see Iron Dome in use here. So that was an incoming strike that's hit that as a shitload of outgoing missiles. You would expect then to see strikes back on where they came out of in counter battery. Fuck, where the fuck is Trump's live now? Wait, I can't find it. Is it CNN YouTube? CNN News 18. CNN dash. Is that the let's have a look. Live. Do we want to watch Trump or these? Oh, fuck, we're going to watch this.
Create like a pro with Insta360 Flow. Snap on your phone, unfold in just one step, and start filming.
Local caucus. We're asking you to commit to caucus.
Trump is live.
Bring 5 or 7 or 10 people, bring as many people as you can, because we have to win big. Now, this is just the primary, and I think we're in great shape in the primary, but it sets a tone for the general election. And in the state,
Every time Trump talks, I think of Shane Gillis.
I don't want to sound again like I was telling you before, but I think we're in great shape. But it sets a tone. It's very important. Sign up at ia.donaldjtrump.com and get involved. So 2024 is our final battle. It really is. It's our final battle. We've got to win it. If we don't win it,
wait, this is
I'm
not
not sure
live?
there's a battle left. I'm not sure you can take, if you look at countries that have gone bad, I used to say in 2016 that.
Right. We're back to the stream. That's my bad, boys. Vote early, vote often. MAGA is fascist. Sure. Who are you guys voting for? You voted for Trump or Biden? Or someone else? Do Hamas have anti-air asset? Sort of. But as you can tell by the amount of drones and planes and choppers in the air that aren't being hit, not effective. Why are you not voting, Aaron? You should at least vote. If you don't vote, then you can't complain about the outcome. Or JFK, yeah. JFK is a wild card in this. Oh, not JFK, RFK, sorry. JFK is not bloody living it, but he's not going to win. But he's shaking things up, that's bloody for sure. Like, really shaking it up. Rohan, let's get some controversy. Yes or no on the voice? really, it is controversial, mate, but thank you for your donation. Look, at the moment, okay, the Labor Party just is not explaining what the voice is actually going to be and what it's actually going to be forward from there. So until I see like a clear put forward of what it's going to be, I'll be voting no. And I don't believe on judging people by skin colour. I just treat everyone the fucking same and whatever. Like, we're all Australians. That's it. Oh shit, sorry. Dead head. Dead, oh fuck, D the end. Pick one. A short bloody war or a long drawn out war? Probably short bloody, to be honest. At least it's done and dusted. Stuart Burns, not the ducking voice. Oh my god, thank you for your donation, brother. I really appreciate that. Jared took that 2 billion piece money and ran. Could have been. It does seem like, you know, there is substantial thing for people voting no. It does seem like there's a lot more no than yes, especially like silently behind closed doors. Good morning, mate. Chris Mo. Thank you, bro. I hope you're doing well as well. Perhaps you'll be streaming American Civil War Part 3. So, I'll tell you guys while you're actually here in the chat, I was actually considering when the American election comes up next year, I might actually go to the States and just start filming. Because either way, whoever wins, it's going to be fucking insane. Like, it's going to be worse if Trump wins, but I think if Biden wins again, there's going to be a lot happen again as well. You can hear ship. We're now facing out to sea. Really, 2024. Me in the bloody, in the Senate. Israeli naval strikes. I can't really see what the fuck they're hitting at there. I love you, Willie, but you don't understand US politics. Yeah, I don't understand. I've never claimed to understand US politics, but I know that the like population is fucking crazy about their politics, and it's going to go fucking wild whether Trump or Biden gets in. How's your voice now after surgery? All comfortable? It's actually a lot better. It's a hell of a lot better. It's still like last night and the night before, like doing these long 7... how long did I go for last night? Was it 9 hours or 7 hours? I can't remember. But it did hurt a little bit. It was like worn out. Yeah, it's strong. I haven't really like yelled on my voice a lot yet. I don't know why I'd be yelling, but it does feel pretty bloody good. 9 hours. Fucking hell. Honey for the vocal cords. Yeah, I should put some honey in some tea. I don't know how long we're gonna stream for tonight. Really, any truth to reports that Israel's given 80% of the missiles to Ukraine? Nah, no truth in that, I don't believe. There's definitely some, but not that many. I don't believe that's anywhere near those numbers. Sportsbet have Trump at $2.60 and Biden at $2.80. Really? I thought Sportsbet had Biden in the lead. Sportsbet election. Let me have a look. Be very interested to know exactly what's going on there. Australia federal election. No, I want US presidential election 2024. let's have a squiz and see what this... Okay, well that's the first time I've seen in the betting that Trump is in front of Biden. So he's 260, Biden's 280, and RFK 17, Michelle Obama's 13. Fucking wild. Right, let's have a little bit of an update and see what is coming on Twitter and see if we've got any footage that I can show. We can hear definitely hear things hitting on the top right. So, Israeli Defence Minister says that he has ordered a total blockade of Gaza. No electricity, no food, no fuel. So that's one of the things we just spoke about before. Like, is it going to actually be a ground offensive, or is it just going to sit outside and just lock down everything and make sure no more Hamas militants actually can cross? Just lock down, cordon off all of that, and then go from there. Like lock it all down and sort of wait it out and see how it ends up. Let me see if I can find where that from the Israeli fucking PM. Yeah, here we go. Right, here we go. I'm just going to swing this. Oh, a lot of civilians going to suffer. Fucking oath. Here we go. So I think you guys are seeing this on your... Is it just me, or is my like screen like hours behind? Anyway, we have this from Al Jazeera 5 minutes ago. Israel to impose a total blockade on Gaza. Yoav Gallant, Israel's defense minister, has announced a complete siege of Gaza, saying authorities would cut electricity and block the entry of food and fuel, which is fucking wild. This is what we talked about. Could they just block this all up? I was reading on just before. Intense bombardment displaced. Yep, but yeah, under a total blockade. I wish I could find what he actually said. Is there any way I can go? No, I don't know where the full story is, but that's wild. As we see, Israel, like we spoke about, call on then 300,000 reservists from there. So no food, no fuel in. So, you know, you got to remember, like these cars down here, whatever, like no food, no fuel. You can run out pretty bloody quick. Remember when we ran out of toilet paper in like a day? But I do hope that, I think Egypt is going to be the one. Like Egypt have to step up to the table and help refugees out of this. But it is going to be a bloody problem. It's going to be difficult to do. Like Egypt's in a fucking bad way. As we know, there's going to be a shitload of casualties in Gaza at the hospitals, things like this that are running at... Well, the hospitals don't have power apparently, so they're running on fuel, and then no fuel wants to go in, so fucking insane. Fuzzwa says, thank you, mate, for your donation. He says, at what point does Israel send in Wonder Woman? Soon, I think. I think they send in soon. I think they send in Sarah Cirillo and then go from there. I don't believe Egypt will do it either, mate. There's a lot of bangs, but we're not seeing much. Swap a day of power for a child return to life. You think maybe they'll return? No, maybe you think we'll give you power for all the kids. As the thing in wars, you've got to put a cost on life. Dude, turn the camera to where's it getting hit. It's close if we're hearing it. I bet too. Someone asked me before about how they're actually monitoring what to hit, and I bet that in some operations room somewhere in Israel, they are watching just this and being like, right, that's the grid reference of exactly that. Carol Dudas, thank you very much for your generous donation as well. I really do appreciate that. You're helping me out a heap. I don't know if Israel's going to lose that much support. I think like so many people are like I think the opening days of this were so savage. But someone did make a post about that last night that basically said like that in the beginning everyone is like anti. Oh, you can see a chopper bottom right here. You can see, is that a bird or no? I think it's a helicopter. It's a chopper across where my cursor is. They're hitting something out here. But it's just not too, it's too blurry to bloody see. Sorry, where I was going with this was everyone said, I have no idea why they're shooting the water. People saying in the beginning everyone saw the whole, horrible actions of Hamas in the beginning days of this, and of course jumped onto the pro-Israel side. But once Israel have to go in, we may see some horrific war crimes and crimes that go in from there, and people may swing. So this basically, this person was saying there's going to be a big shift of support running through. No, it's not a submarine. I think there's a big it like hooks around the like the jetty here. I think there's like a harbour, but I could be incorrect. If we saw where the drones came from, if we saw where the rockets came from, the drones definitely saw where it came from. Imagine if they could cut the water supply. I'm pretty sure they already are cutting it. I'm pretty sure they are. No, you watch, man. Just as news... Oh, shit. Just as the news starts showing crippled brown kids, the media and public will turn just like 2014. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a big turn happening in this. Gaza is going to be a giant Bakhmut. Yeah, pretty much. Going to be fucking huge. Can you play Swollen Pickle's latest video, the voice? I don't know what that actually is. Maybe. If it's like a video on YouTube, I probably can't, but maybe. They've cut the water, at least a bit of it. Electricity was cut night one, I believe. Right, so Al Jazeera saying here that Israel's trying to recruit as many people as possible. Israel's called up 300,000 reserves. Al Jazeera's Wilhelm Marx reporting from the West Jerusalem adds it is clear the government is trying to recruit as many people as possible for a potential ground invasion. Many people here in Israel, of course, served in the military as part of their national service during the early 20s and late teens. And similarly, those being called up remain in that reserve corps to serve in what they may be a very significant conflict in the days ahead. That's going to be insane. If that actually goes... If that goes ahead, like a full-on ground invasion, strap in. Can someone fucking... If I start missing this, if there's a ground invasion and I'm asleep, please wake me up. Dude, Israel's Defence Minister is not fucking around. Look at this. This is off the Times of Israel. Oh, that's not what I wanted. So Defence Minister announces complete siege of Gaza. No power, no food. Order complete siege. He said, I've ordered complete siege on the Gaza Strip. There will be no electricity, no food, no fuel. Everything is closed. We are fighting human animals and we are acting accordingly. Savage, man. Savage. Look at that. We're fighting human animals going accordingly. Crazy. IDF says regain control over border towns, but terrorists still remain. Yeah, we spoke about this before. That there's still terrorists in those areas, although they may have cordoned off it to get control around it. But yeah. Step 1, dehumanization. I guess so. So a Hamas rocket has impacted a field near the international terminal of an airport near Tel Aviv. Dude, I can't show it here, but there's footage of like that festival where like they're trying to escape out and there's like a tank rock up, like a Israeli tank to try and protect them and shit. And like the cops and army dudes are trying to like get people out. Holy shit, that is insane. As when they're coming under fire from Hamas. Times of Israel has said Hezbollah has decided not to go to war with Israel unless Israel attacks Lebanon. That's from the Times of Israel. So most of my footage I find on Twitter. I'll see if I can. I think I can do it. Copy link. 26 British people missing. Jesus, that's a lot. So central Israel at the city of Ashkelon, there has been civilians reported casualty by Hamas rockets that have hit in Israel. Craziness, eh? That's big though. Like that statement of who was he? The chief. The total blockade. Yeah, Israel Defence Minister. Total blockade. Treating them as animals. That's pretty fucking wild. And yeah, with more casualties in cities now in Israel too. I'd love to know what that's saying. Is that just the call to prayer? Right, so I'm just trying to find some more media for you guys. Yeah, Israel's playing something. If they've gone up from 100,000 to 100,000, that's getting fucking wild. Laurie Lehtinen? Sorry, I pronounced it incorrectly, but he said, appreciate your work, mate. That statement is wild, but will give an impression they are serious. Interesting to see if Hamas blinks. I don't think Hamas will blink. I think, I like I've said many times in this, I think that this is really like a Hamas like final stand. Like they know that it's either victory or nothing in this. Like if they start to lose, it's going to go bad. Oh, sorry, what I meant was 100,000 to 300,000 that Israel has picked up their mobilization of forces from. Oh, getting more strike coming through. Get the audio of that. Hopefully it'll turn the camera. It could potentially be outgoing. You hear like the clack, clack, clack of probably outgoing, and then the bang straight after it of the same amount are probably actually then being engaged. They're probably being engaged by the Iron Dome. That I don't know, but potentially. Oh, Danny Murray, mate, thank you very much. We really appreciate that. I'm sure some people appreciate you gifting memberships as well. Thank you very much.
Of Ashdod, we saw multiple impacts across this.
So this is just from a minute ago now.
A huge rocket barrage just targeted the city of Ashdod. We saw multiple impacts across this heavily populated area. We took cover next to a building, but you could see the rockets coming off the Gaza Strip and slamming into buildings in this community.
So that's in Israel. Bakaki says the only figure in history who killed more Jews in one day was Hitler. Just to imagine the scale of this attack and what their response will be. Yeah, I think the response is going to be pretty fucking big. Willie, go to bed and just... What? Oh, shit. Can you just put up your video and mic audio? I can do. Let me just turn the other one down just a little bit. Holy shit. The aftermath of that video, that strike that reporter was just talking about is fucking wild. Jono Bell says, Hamas just carried out the single largest murder of Jews since the Holocaust. Israel must project strength. Appreciate your work as always. Thanks, mate, for appreciating my work. Yeah, and I do think Israel will really try and project strength in this as well, and I think that is why they'll call up so many guys, girls, and we'll have this maybe a big ground attack, but we'll fucking see. Thank you, Nicholas Green. I really appreciate that as well. Does Israel put women in active combat roles? I believe so. I could be incorrect, but I do believe they do. Yeah, thanks, Danny, for helping out some dudes there, man. Really appreciate that. At what point is air defense exhausted for the Iron Dome? Well, we don't know, but we do have people have said that Israel has reached out to America for more munition for the Iron Dome system, but we have no idea how many they actually have. Five-round mag from a warship. Right, if we're seeing warships fire on targets here, that could be an indication that we could see more ground invasion, like realistically. In that thing I read before of that guy, that was like one of the indications will be we'll see rocket attacks, blah, 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 and then we'll start seeing more typical artillery and warships getting in. So, fucking oath. We could see more of that coming. The problem is, if either country like rolls over, like neither can afford to roll over, if that makes sense. They both need to like project power. What's wild? Could it be a limited ground invasion? It could be. We don't even know if there will be a ground invasion. Like, I think there will be. I think there sort of has to be, if that makes sense. But we don't know. So then this is more footage. This is more footage coming out of Israel, or attacks in Israel from Hamas rockets as well just now. Okay, so actually that is a warship, right? So that warship is sitting off the coast. Warship on the Reuters cam, yep. It is getting a little bit wild. Naval gun, very precise. Yeah, well, fucking hell. US did say in a couple of days, yeah. That's fucking crazy, isn't it? Like, seeing a warship, engaging fucking targets. That's insane. That's a Israeli warship. I'm surprised they're not sort of zooming more in on that. No, it's not a US ship, it's Israeli ship. Okay, well is this the first time, sorry, we've seen the warship actually involved in this? I think it is. Those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it. Absolutely. I've been Call of Duty fucking loading screens too. Mate, get your fucking head out of the way. That's the yeah. That's the 5-round mag of that warship hitting this. So is this the warship off? No, it's not. That's wild. That is, yeah, that's pretty fucked. David French, mate, thank you very much for your generous donation. I really, really do appreciate it. Last time I seen a warship firing its main guns was in the Falklands. Yeah, absolutely. I wish we could still see that warship. That was very interesting. I reckon that was probably the most interesting thing we've actually seen on this bloody all day. Sure, there's going to be some more footage coming in of that as we look. I'll spinning around. Oh, big strike on the Reuters cam. Kremlin has said, TASS is reporting, so Russian media is reporting that the Kremlin has said regarding US fleet movements, there is a big risk of a third party's involvement in the Israel-Palestinian crisis. Big strikes. Germany and Austria have both announced a halt to any further aid to the Palestinian authorities and territories in Israel. And the halt said to only be temporary while they review the funds that are conducted. So Hamas spokesman has just come out and said the occupation's bombing tonight and today of the Gaza Strip led to the killing of 4 Israeli prisoners. So Hamas is saying that the prisoners they had, that Israel's bombing has killed 4 of them, which, sure. Oh yeah, I have seen them engage the fast boat. I'm meaning more so like on the live stream actually watching it. But yeah, I have seen them engage off the ship like that fast boat. Dude. Imagine being one of those bloody prisoners right now. Being held captive by those bloody guys. Jesus. Weeks of B-52 carpet bombing. Imagine that. Oh, there'd be hundreds. Like the numbers we have of, low thousands. It's fucking way more than that. Like this is probably bloody 5 figures by now. And by the end of this, it's probably going to be 6. So what do you guys think? I'm just reading a post now. Wasn't it you who said in a war nobody gives a damn about conventions, all that matters is how to win? That definitely wasn't me. Someone says, do you still think a ground invasion is going to happen? What are your options? What do you think about that? Do you think we're going to see a ground invasion? I believe so. But I can't believe they're not trying to show that warship. Okay, we now have a poll. Do you think there will be a ceasefire negotiated by allies to hold the war until civilians are evacuated? Well, I don't know. We don't know. There was closed. The UN today had closed. What are they called? Closed discussions, like backroom discussions. So we're not really sure what was said there. They didn't come to anything. But I don't think they're going to get the civilians out until it's done. Because we're going to put 2 million people. Like, where the fuck are they going to go? Egypt isn't going to do it. Israel's sure as shit not going to do it. That's your options. So yeah, I don't think they're going to do it, but it'll be interesting to see. What's our poll at the moment? 88% saying yes, that there will be a ground invasion. Yeah, Egypt's not taking anyone. If they did, they'd get back in the good books with a lot of people. Thanks, Danny. I really support it. Danny says, if anyone sends Willie $20 or more in the next 15 minutes, I'll buy another 5 memberships of 5 random lucky viewers. Thanks, Danny. Appreciate that, mate. Well, apparently if someone gives me $20, Danny's going to give you guys some memberships to the Willie Club, so I'm not sure. But thank you very much, Danny. I really appreciate that, bro. Right, so we had 5 shots then, so that's definitely from the warship again. Insane. That sounds like it's the bloody warship maybe again. Oh, it's these strikes. It's hard to pick up the audio on here. Oh yeah, rockets again. Missiles coming in. Big strike. Yeah, it's really... Do you reckon it's picked up a lot, or am I just... No, it does seem like there's a lot more. It said like naval fire will support from the shoreline while they're coming in. Israel's defense minister also said this is a war for our existence in the region. It will take many weeks. There will be steps here that have never been seen before. So, never been seen before, steps that could be taken. Oh, Andrew K, thank you, brother. Chupa, thank you, brother. Thank you, both of you, for your amazing donations. I really appreciate that. Cheers. Thank you so much. Thanks, Danny. Danny's going to make some people some members, apparently. Fuck yeah, Danny. Strikes will probably pick up more at night. Oh, that's a big strike in there. I reckon the good odds it's probably... What do you reckon? Tomorrow morning, next day, we could see this ground invasion go in? Moving the camera for Reuters. This is fucking wild, isn't it? I wouldn't be surprised if they have shadow banned me. Probably going to be going at this like all night, realistically. So, Sarah, thank you for gifting those memberships. That's fantastic. Desert Storm campaign 6 weeks. Yeah. Moses 98. Are these strategic or tactical targets? Can I say both? Probably more I guess it's sort of the same, but like strategic in the sense of they'll be hitting like hardened targets where there's build-up of troops, fuel stores, munition stores, command and control. That's what they'll be going for. No work, get to watch Willie. Fuck yeah, boy. Like renovation, if you can destroy them from afar, because you can't really destroy everything from afar, like without, unless you're going to drop nukes on it, but you can't. At some point you have to go in, you're going to have to go in and like actually clear room to room. Like that's what's going to have to happen at some point. Yeah, old mate in the rooftop, he is keen. No helmet. Here we go. VD 2000. My first time was like my first time playing footy. By the end of it, I was bloody and bruised, but hey, at least my dad came. Enjoy the memberships. Thank you, VD. I really appreciate that, bro, and I appreciate your joke. We're seeing more strikes on this cam here, which these cams are facing the same direction, just from different angles. Yeah, I did say that Hamas said that 4 Israeli prisoners were killed by Israeli strikes. We did say that, but questionable, I think. Yeah, I might actually swap. We might swap over the feed for a bit. So we are there on the feed. We are getting somewhere. We are seeing a lot of this. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go back to me for a bit. But if you guys want to watch the feed with me and keep in the conversation, we'll do that. But I'm going to open that on another app for me. So I'll watch it along with you guys. But I just, yeah, like someone said, I can't just keep watching the single feed. I might get in a little bit of trouble at some point. So Big Royce with 20 New Zealand dollars. Thank you, my brother. And you said that they're coming in 48 hours. Yeah, we have talked about this. It's crazy, isn't it? That could start within 48. We're not positive that it will, but there are odds that it absolutely could. We're not really sure. Danny, mate, thank you for gifting people some memberships, mate. I really appreciate it, and I sure people will really, really appreciate that as well. Thanks for the coverage, but this time your bias is showing compared to Ukraine. Yeah, well, I think at this point in time, it is very biased one way. It's hard because we're not really seeing anything coming the other way yet, but I think once Israel start moving through, we'll see some more going on from there. Remember, lads, if you want to like, subscribe, absolutely. Yeah, I'd love you guys to do that. That would really help me out. Where do I watch the 4 camera angles? Oh shit! Let me find so you guys can watch that with me. We'll be watching the same shit, but I just can't keep having that on my stream forever. Fuck, which one is it? Right, if you want to watch the 4, I'm just about to link it for you guys. There you go. That is all 4 if you'd like to watch it. So I'll be watching that along with you guys. That said, I actually think the best camera is probably the Reuters one, maybe. That's the one I've been sort of watching myself. But you get an idea of them. Yeah, I don't actually have an idea of how much population there is actually Hamas compared to normal. Are you not sleeping, Willie? No, well, eventually I will sleep. I think, what do you guys think? Do you reckon that tomorrow we're going to see an invasion on the next day? Because I'm thinking maybe I'll have a shorter stream tonight. And then we'll watch more of the invasion from there. Or more. The ads keep waking you up. Sorry, bro. Someone's got to make some coinage, eh? It's not my birthday. Starve them out for a bit and then launch. Yeah, I think so. Probably a week. If they want the civilians, yeah, that is the thing. If you're like Palestinian, man, you are literally stuck in a prison. Like you cannot get out. I've actually thought too, like, the media there, like, you know, these guys, they are stuck there. Like, you know, that media, they're there until, like, they can't get out even if they want to get out. Like, you know, Al Jazeera, Reuters, you know, AP, all those guys, they're there. Like, they're there to, you know, till the end, till they get out, until Israel gets them out. And you don't know where that's going to go. Yeah, it's wild. Yahaha. Sent some money. Thank you, brother. I really appreciate that. Cheers. Get on Fiverr, sign some people, set up multiple screens. Yeah, I should do that, man. Thank you. I do really appreciate it. Few days, 100 to 300k is going to be a few days. Yeah, it's going to take a while to get people back. Whatever. Really, come to Melbourne and do a meetup. I could be in Melbourne and do a meetup. We could do that. Meet up, restaurant, have some dinner or something. Okay, so how do I bring this back across? So Al Jazeera's senior political analyst has warned the situation between Israel and Palestine is going to get much worse in the coming days, with the possibility of Israeli ground operation coming to a head. I think we know this is probably going to happen through there, but we're in the midst of a very dramatic situation, suggesting that Iran has the greatest leverage amongst the Palestinian factions at this time, adding the internationalization of the impasse is growing by the day, and that it will further escalate the deployment of American firepower in the eastern Mediterranean. That in and by itself is an escalation. So basically saying that America's escalated through there as well. Live feeds could go black. No electricity, no fuel. I didn't think about that. These live feeds probably going to cut out. They say that they may have some solar, some shit. I'm not really sure how that will go, but yeah, these journos here must be a little bit like, oh fuck, like once they've got no power and once they run low, well, that's all they've got. Yahaha! Thank you again for a donation. I really appreciate it. I hope you didn't accidentally click it twice, but I do really appreciate your donations. If legends, you are going to donate to me, the best way is through the link at the top not through super chats. But I appreciate it very much anyway, just because YouTube do take a good 30% of that. So we just had the poll. I just finished the poll. So 90% or 91 to 9% say that yes, a ground invasion is going to happen. Do I think US will shoot any missiles in? Not at the moment, maybe. Camera 2 has had 2 battery changes I've seen so far. Right. Bet the journalists in hotels and most of those have solar, so I don't think it'll happen. Yeah, that said, like the solar on like the rooftop of a hotel, I don't think it's probably going to be that much. Like it'll be interesting to see how much power that actually draws. Like I have solar on top of my roof at home, and even then I still use a lot of power off the grid, especially at night. Like, you know, at night you're going to have grid, and it doesn't look that bright. Like it's pretty overcast because it's so like foggy and whatever, and a lot of the dust and whatever. That will really affect how these actually go, how the solar performs, and how much electricity there'll actually be. So we may have it in and out. Solar plus Starlink. Yeah, again, like I don't doubt it, but I think there's the solar. You're asking a lot of the solar, and we don't even know if we've got that, but you are asking a lot of the solar there. Especially if you're running cameras, and all these guys are running cameras, camera batteries, laptops, their 4G networky things put up. We have a donation. Bradley Warnes, thank you, brother. I really appreciate it. Living in Dublin. I hope that you are having a good time, and I hope the weather in Dublin is holding out for you. Right. Does anyone have a piss count? What's the piss count at? Does anyone have a clue? Willie's live and when I wake up, he'll be here. It's like an extra comfort blanket. Yeah, bloody oath. What's the piss count? Because I'm about to add 1 to it. Is it 3? 7? Fuck. What are we at? I actually don't know. I think we're at 4. No one said 4, but I reckon we're at 4. No, I've got up a few times and haven't pissed. Like I got up to have some food. Yeah, I think it's 4 as well. I got up to do some food. I got up to move my parcels because I didn't want some fucking dickhead stealing my parcels out the front of my house. Not really sure. 3 earlier, so this is probably my 4th. Righto. Well, I do have to piss, and I'll be back. I'll be back in a second. Chuck through some questions, and we will get into your questions as soon as we go. The stream is 4 pieces long. Yeah, instead of like counting in hours or minutes, we can count in how long. Like, oh shit, that was. Are you guys watching the streams? There's some big strikes that just occurred. Reuters stream, if you're on the Reuters. Okay, I'm just going to mute this, and I'll be back. Right, what did we miss? I did miss some. I think there was more strikes. Yeah, I don't think we're going to see too much coming in. Danny Murray, hope that you are well. Okay, check out this on Twitter. Okay, who sent me this? Miso Painting, thank you for your donation. And I'll check out this Palestinian on Twitter and I'll have a look. Do you have any plans to interview any Russian military bloggers in the future? Not really any military bloggers in Russia, but there is some plans for some more Russian soldiers and some Westerners who are fighting for Russia as well. Okay, a little suspicious of you when you first started, but now you're my go-to dude. Thanks for your hard work, bud. Wash your hands. Edible Ghost, thank you very much, bro. Why were you suspicious of me? That's fair enough. I'm just trying to be an average dude, man. So 4 Argentinians have been killed, we're hearing. Let's have a look. See what is. Okay, so tomorrow, an emergency meeting of all European Union foreign ministers will be held tomorrow to discuss the ongoing situation in Israel and what possible escalations are going to happen from there. Everyone deserves suspicion, that's fair enough. A lot of bangs now, yep. Oh yeah, Edible, you're correct. There's so much misinformation, bro. And I got caught in, I still do get caught in a misinformation shit because it's so difficult. Dude, some of the footage from Gaza where they're just absolutely like heaps of people are being killed, whatever, like they're bloody, yeah, some of those strikes are just flattening like full streets in Gaza. That's crazy. I'm watching Reuters cam. I'll bring one across and you can have a look at some of the stuff we're seeing. So similar to like this is sort of some of the stuff we're looking at. These just massive ongoing like multiple strikes. Look at that. Danny Murray, you're a fucking legend, mate. Thank you. Thank you very, very much. I really appreciate that. Yeah, these strikes, you've got it on screen now. There's some big, big strikes all over Gaza. Massive bombing runs. This is a bit of a compilation of today, but this is fucking scary, isn't it? Fucking craziness, guys. Absolute craziness of what we are seeing. If you'd like to watch, if you want to watch the stream with me, I can't just sit on one stream for too long, but if you want to watch what I'm watching as we commentate through this, this is the stream we are watching. I'll just post it up in there. That's the cameras we are watching. I'll post it again just so we can have a little look at what is happening there. Thank you for your donation from Germany. Georg Reg, I'm sorry, absolutely butchered your name, but thank you very, very much. I do appreciate your support. Asthmatic Rider, do you know of any force going to help Israel, or what forces do you see helping? When we know Greece is helping out, but well, at least like helping with some more humanitarian and moving shit, whatever. But I don't think initially we'll see any other forces on the ground other than Israel Hamas, but it will be interesting to see what then happens later on. If any other countries then actually come and get involved. Evork, mate, thank you for the donation. Says tip for Willie Atal. If you want to catch up to real time on live streams, set the playback speed to 2 times. Okay, how do I... Right. Feel like, does that catch up for you guys? Like on... Because I don't know what's happening here. It means for us. Right. Okay, sorry. Yep. We've got somewhere in the end. We've sorted it out. US Navy has moved in. Now, US Navy is like in the area, but or like in and around, but they're not moving in specific or not moving in to strike this, but they could definitely take that as more if things actually like widen and go somewhere other places. PMC merch is on the way. I haven't even got my own yet. So if you want to watch the cameras with me, that's the link to watch the cameras of what is going on. Right, let's have a look at some news and see what is happening. So the situation in Sderot in Israel is still very tense. Although Israel is saying they have full control of the border area, that the situation is still very fluid, despite the statement made that there's still Hamas militants in and around the area too. Reportedly, Israeli airstrikes have targeted the Jabalia camp, one of the most crowded camps in Gaza, and it's left more than 50 people dead. That's from Al Jazeera. According to the spokesman Ministry of Health, the death toll in Gaza stands at 500 dead and 8,000 injured. This number will become more complicated for hospitals by Wednesday since there will be no electricity. So, as the electricity cuts out and the fuel runs out, for the generators, it's going to get more and more fucking difficult to go. It's definitely more than 5. I reckon the deaths would be in the 10,000. Like if 50 just died in a single attack, I wouldn't be surprised if we're in high 4 figures or mid to high 4 figures or low 5 figures currently. And legit, like the wounded, like if you're wounded and the hospital's got no electricity, like Jesus Christ. Spokesperson Rear Admiral Danai Hagro from Israel has said the IDF has never mobilized so many reserves so quickly. The Iron Dome is currently active. That's what we're hearing as well. Shit, sorry, I looked away from the chat for a while. I'm just reading other posts about Ukraine as well. Recap. You want to recap the day? Well, really, the recap of the day is, I guess 260 people were found dead at that bloody, at that music festival, which is just absolutely horrific, as well as other horrific acts happen against those people there as well. And it's basically just been bombing all day. Israel are mobilizing 300,000 people. There's already 100,000 apparently in the south, and more reserves up in the north with Lebanon. And as you can see with the campaign that's going on at the moment, it's just mass bombing all over the country. So that's really what we're looking at so far. So, and then before we just saw 267, was it? Anyway, and we just saw before an Israeli warship move into the harbour on the left of these cameras. That was then firing batteries of large gunfire, like shelling in as well. And if you want to come and watch the streaming with me, this is then said stream that we are also watching. Warships are cool. Not cool if you're on the fucking receiving end. Right. Department of Foreign Affairs for the Philippines has announced that at least 7 Filipinos are currently missing in Israel following the recent Hamas attacks. Yahaha. Thank you, bro. Awesome, man. Thank you for another donation. I think this is at least your third, so I really appreciate that. Do you consider bombing of Palestinian civilians by Israel today a war crime? It really depends. This is the thing that's so hard to get around, what is being targeted. But if there's any, like if you're directly targeting civilians, then absolutely yes. So it's so hard to know what was there because, you know, what's it called? People that get caught up in crossfire and everything, that isn't exactly a war crime. But if you're directly targeting hospitals, schools, areas from there, it really depends. So if it's just collateral, then yeah, it's not. But if you're directly targeting, then yes. So it's bloody difficult. And it's difficult too when you have an enemy that is, you know, putting themselves in civilian areas. This is like we've seen in Russia and Ukraine when soldiers will put themselves in civilian areas, that area gets hit, and then it's like, well, what is what in that, you know? What responsibility do combatants have around civilians? So, yeah. But 7 Filipinos missing in Israel. Shocking. Spokesman for the Israeli Defence Force, Admiral Daniel Hagar, has said that the military leadership of Hamas and described them as dead men. It's legitimately impressive how coordinated that initial attack actually was yesterday from Hamas. Like, it's legitimately impressive, like, you know, hitting tanks, striking radar systems, all in one. It's legitimately, it's actually impressive how well that actually went together. This is something new. Like, you know, we're seeing terrorist organizations like that actually pick up proper tactics, whatever, from there. It's crazy. Israeli Defence Forces are releasing a statement and began to text messages to residents of the Rumal neighbourhood of northern Gaza. So as we know, Israel is texting people in Gaza as well to try and tell them, like, to get to areas as well. Apparently there is some warning of strikes too going to some civilians. We're not really sure. Anyway, they've told them immediately to evacuate to bomb shelters or to move south of Gaza City. So Israel is telling people in Gaza to move south. In the UK, there is more damage to Jewish businesses and support for Palestine there too. And we are getting things that in Australian Jewish communities, Jewish buildings, it's going to be a larger police presence there as well. So Mikhail Podolyak, spokesman for Ukraine, has made a statement as well about this, that it is time to send Ukraine more stuff. Let's have a look at what he has said. So there's no doubt the conflict between Israel and Palestine, which flared up with renewed vigour after Hamas terrorists attacked this millennia-long history. In this regard, the Middle East has often been compared to a powder keg and the Eastern Balkans. However, it must be realised that the moment the match was struck was not chosen at random. The action was well thought out, and it is not only Iran's ears that stick out behind the actions of Hamas today. The Hamas attack on Israel is a continuation of the attack on the West and the global security system, and it is an attack at the time of discussions about aid to Ukraine and an active political process in the United States. The pressure on us and allies is increasing, but we must weather this storm and remain steadfast and united. And if someone laughs at the fact that an attack on Israel leads to calls to get back to supplying arms to Ukraine, then you still don't get it. This is one war, everything on the chessboard is connected. And if you don't help us win today, you won't be laughing tomorrow. So again, we do see, Ukraine officials pulling out more so that, Russia and Iran have had more to do with this, and pushing that Ukraine needs more support there. That they're saying that this is lining up with when there was a lot of, discussions about aid, and some more doubt about Ukraine as well. What are your thoughts on this? Wait, that's too big. Oh, excuse me. What do you reckon, boys? Streaming all day. Oh, mate, I reckon I've streamed in the last 24 hours. All I've done is I went to the gym, and that was it. That said, I am super, super glad that I got into the gym, just to keep myself sort of awake and feel a bit better today, because I woke up like shit. Oh. Yeah, leftover equipment from Afghan. Yeah, absolutely. Ambulance being hit on the road in Gaza. Yeah, we did have footage of that. I just saw it before. I just want to write an inbox somewhere. We're seeing big strikes on the Reuters cam as well. We can hear guns if you're watching the stream. Thailander says 12 dead, 8 injured, and 11 Thai hostages. This is my 3rd ever live stream. Plane just dropped another bomb. Yep. Right. If you guys would like to watch What do you say? Someone said something about Reuters. Alright, I'm trying to read some stuff here. Really, do you intend the live cams to be showing... fuck, I keep missing these. No, they're not. It's just me at the moment because I can't just show continuously on the stream, like just live cams. So I'm putting the link up if you guys want to show these. So there you can go. But that's the link to watch them with me, but I can't just show them there. Because I can't just show like their stream the whole time. I can show little bits and pieces for like fair use of media, but I can't just, show all. Pro-Palestinian rally in Sydney chanting "fuck the Jews." It's a good look. Right, another rocket attack apparently is on the way, we're hearing. All Israeli residents near the border with Lebanon have been ordered to lock their windows and doors while remaining sheltered in place until further notice due to ongoing security incidents. So, the northern border with Lebanon, there's still a lot going on there. Yeah, I'll be showing X videos and stuff. I'll bring some across as well. But yeah, the complete siege of Gaza is going to be insane. Right, so Hezbollah has said in a statement, Palestine is not Ukraine. If America intervenes directly, all American locations in the region will become legitimate targets of the resistance axis and will face our attacks. And on this day, there will be no red line left. Yeah, but I don't think Hezbollah really want to go up against the US of the A. Let's have a look at this stream here. Says he more strikes down. I think this is the west. I think the water's here. It's in Gaza as well. MQ4. See, that's not breaking. We reported that like an hour ago. We know there's a full bloody what was the word you used? Full siege is coming. We're not sure what that actually means though. We're not knowing if it's like going to be a siege of on foot, how it's actually going to look. Dude, there's a lot. There's more strikes tonight than there was last night. Absolutely, if you ask me. Siege does not mean genocide. That's what we're watching. Danny Murray, brother. Willie, people want to hear your thoughts on the M4, and I want to know what you think about the gliders. I'm not an M4 guy. Like, I know that M4s are a fantastic weapon. I know they're great, but personally, I've just shot too much bullpup assault rifle. I've shot so much Steyr AUG that M4 just feels so funny to me. The biggest thing is like where the charging handle is, where the controls. I just fucking hate doing this. Like, it just doesn't make fucking sense to me, rather than doing this. And like where the weight is, like I much prefer the bullpup, but that is more me, not the desire of the weapon. It's more I'm just too used to that. And what I think about the gliders, if it's silly and it works, it's not silly. So, you know, the gliders obviously worked. They came in, got to where they needed to go. And to be honest, people probably thought the gliders was like just someone fucking flying around a glider at first. Probably didn't show up much on radar, things like that. So I guess if it's silly and works, it's not silly. But yeah, I'm just not an M4 guy. Like, I just haven't shot enough like AR platform personally, but I know it's very, very good. Chris Elliott, the MOD called them human animals. Where's humanity for civilians in Gaza? No food, no water, no power. Surely this is a human rights abuse. Yeah, well, that's what the European Union, all of their foreign ministers, defense ministers are all meeting tomorrow in like a crash meeting, I guess, to discuss exactly that. That if they're cutting off all the water and food and whatever, to see where that actually gets from there. Because it is an abuse of human rights if you cut off food, water, everything. But like, don't think that we wouldn't also do the same. You know, we'd be hitting a lot of that too. These guys are getting paid. Yeah, all these big guys here, like these Al Jazeera, Reuters, whatever, they're on really good money. We can hear in jets if you're watching the stream. And this is the thing, that people in Gaza are like stuck there. They're locked in. They can't really move. The difference is when we did it, the internet wasn't doing anything. This is what I've talked about. This is the good thing with the internet and everyone having a smartphone or whatever, is we see all this being publicized instantly. Pilot Leisha has said USA is sending one of its aircraft carriers to the Mediterranean Sea to assist Israel fighting with Hamas. Hamas said that if any assistance comes close to Israel or Iran, they will interfere. Yeah, we got news about that about 24 hours back, that the US was sending ships, sending a full carrier group into the Mediterranean Sea just in case there's any extra provocations in there. But thank you for your donation. I really do appreciate this. Now, Higgery says, what do you make of the intelligence failure here from Israel? Seems crazy they weren't aware of this. Big up, love the content, brother. Thank you so much for your donation. And oh, mate, absolutely. Like, the intelligence failure is fucking embarrassing as shit. Like, in a country that has, you know, one of the most infamous, one of the most famous intelligence services in the world being the Mossad, for this just to absolutely be caught off guard, it is just wild. It's fucking crazy. Yeah, it's shocking. Don't stop misquoting me. I said we'd do the same. I didn't say fuck conventions. I believe that, like, I'm not saying that's right. I'm just saying that we would do the same. If, you know, we would cut off those bits and pieces. But the good thing is with the internet is it's at least seen and people can make up their mind. So if, you know, if it was being seen what we did with these bombing strikes, whatever, in like somewhere like Iraq, you know, at least people would be knowing what's going on. Yeah, the fleet is not just there for Hamas. It's actually not there for Hamas. It's because of escalation. If other countries get involved, then the fleet can go from there. You protect 30% of super chat. Yes, that's fucked, isn't it? Yeah, they take 30% of just sending money between you and I. That's why if you're going to send money, do it through the link above. But anyway, I really, really appreciate it. Mossad has, yeah, well, that's the thing. Mossad has people in Hamas. Like people often say you can't, like, you couldn't bloody go without running into some intelligence agent in Palestine. So how did they not know? Like, this has been properly set up. FP, yeah, what do you think the poll is going to be? What do you want? Well, this is the reason. Cutting power is okay because it's being used for military purpose. Well, yeah, that's the thing, though, is, you know, you can cut power, you can strike power targets because it's being used for military purpose. This is like when people say Russia's hitting its power grid, whatever, it's a war crumble. It's actually not, because it is technically a military thing. I mean, I'm not saying it's ethical, I'm not saying it's right, but that's what the actual like ruling and law says in this. I've actually gone over the in a long video I did a while back. I went fully over all the laws of war and how that actually comes down to. Feet jokes, apparently. So being told the US is sending multiple military ships and aircraft carrier close to Israel in a deliberate show of force to its closest ally in the region. Yeah, of course. Gerald Ford, named after the 38th president, will lead the US deployment. Largest aircraft carrier in the world to date. This is deliberate, high-profile, and ostentatious display of American military might. It is designed to show visible support for Israel. That's what it's there for. That's what America does. They flex muscles. Yeah, carrier group, like an actual carrier group, has a hell of a lot of power. That's GPN for Gs, they're not real. Absolutely, show of force stops other countries actually wanting to jump in, because it could be like, well, we're going to get fucking smoked by the Yanks. Right, what is going on? What other news have we got? Right. Israeli Minister of Energy and Infrastructure, Israel Katz, has announced that he has ordered the immediate halt of water to the Gaza Strip. Yeah, it's true. This is going to be an absolute humanitarian disaster. I don't know where this fucking comes from. Like, it's crazy. Yeah, electricity is one thing. Yeah, water. I agree with you. No fun, no hope. You are right. Like, cutting electricity is one thing. Cutting water is fucking wild. But this, yeah, like you said, the medieval fucking siege. I wonder how long it's actually going to be for. Like, surely Europe will step in and be like, or the West will step in and be like, you can't cut the fucking water. I don't know. I do know they're not having much luck getting any humanitarian corridors, whatever, is just not going through. Okay, Dmitry Peskov, Kremlin spokesman, TASS has said that he has said the risk of third forces becoming involved in this conflict is high. It is very important to find ways as soon as possible to move towards some kind of negotiation process. How can the civilians surrender? It's not a siege, it's a slaughter. Yeah, this is the problem. Is like they can't get out even if they want to. All that Israel's really doing for the civilians is texting them like, we're getting hit this area, please move to here, blah blah blah. But it's not that much. And the hospitals would have been overwhelmed from day one and would not be catching up at all. But yeah, I actually agree with what Mr. Zach T says, that Europe should focus on like Egypt taking refugees. But we'll see. But if you guys are watching the streams we're still seeing every few minutes just, bloody countless strikes. So these strikes have absolutely just not ended for 3 days. Oh, Kim Jones, the hospitals are already well overwhelmed, trust me. Well overwhelmed. Hospitals can only take like a few ICU patients at once in like a fucking built-up country. In any country's hospitals, in the best ones, can only take a few. So yeah. We will put up the live camera feed, but if you follow this link, that is the live camera feed. We will have it up at some point. I'm not sure if they're still using knockers. So someone asked before, how does Palestine actually support itself economically? Well, it sort of doesn't. Like, most of it is from foreign aid and like remittance, so people paying from like abroad, sending money back, and foreign aid as taxes and things. But there's limited exports, imports, things like that. So it's a very limited economy. Danny Murray, thank you, bro. You've been a G in this chat. You've said you should do a live stream more often, once a week, maybe even a fortnight, and keep up the good work, mate, and reporting the truth. Thank you, Danny. I really appreciate that. Yaha has said, oh, shit. A bank, mosque, ambulance, and the home of Palestinian journalists have been specifically targeted. It seems to be Israeli forces, Kuwaiti Ben Hassan. So, yeah, there has been some targets of what's looking like some ambulances and stuff as well. If there was more footage, I could show you. This is going to be, someone said, I thought that was a nuclear flash. Bro, I thought that the other day too. I went out for like a piss, came back, and they were pointing at the bloody sky, and I was like, well, it's all over, but it bloody wasn't. But yeah, we are giving live updates as we get information through. I will update you as soon as possible as bits and pieces come through. Some is coming through slow. Primarily what we're seeing at the moment, what we are seeing at the moment is mainly just the Israeli battle campaign that is softening up targets in Gaza for what we suspect is going to be then a large-scale ground assault, but we're not 100% sure. So, absolute non-stop airstrikes against the banks here as well. Let me switch. I'll just show you now on stream. So this is what we're seeing. Non-stop mass strikes bloody everywhere. So it's very, very huge. So we'll keep rolling with updates. as we get them. Israeli death toll for the recent surprise attack by Hamas has risen to now over 800, with 2,400 having been injured. Corey Jackyard, thank you, mate. You are now a Mini Willy member, so thank you very much. I do really appreciate that. This will be a very, very bloody battle. Right, in northern Israel, the Israeli Defence Force has stated an alert has been activated within Ramot Nafsati and Patar in northern Israel. The details are still being come out now. This is along Lebanon too. So we're just going to bring up a map here, guys, today. Right, here we go. Give me 1 second. I'll bring this up. So this is the map we're looking at. So of course this is Lebanon. This is Israel, and these areas here are now in lockdown. So we're not exactly sure what is actually going to be happening here, but they are said to be pretty bad there. We do know that there has been a number of attacks come across from Lebanon into Israel as well over the past 48 hours. Project's done poorly, mate. Thank you for your donation. I really do appreciate that. Now, legends, if you want to watch along the live stream of the 4 cameras, there is a live stream with 4 cameras in it over the Gaza. If you'd like to watch that, I've just posted a link in the chat too. A quick overview of your health problems might help the viewers understand the piss breaks. Yeah, so basically, if people who don't know, I've got a brain tumour. I've gone through chemotherapy and everything with that. That affected my organs just a little bit, but I'm also taking creatine and drinking like fucking 3 or 4 litres a day on that at the moment. So that's the reason I'm pissing so much. But yeah, yeah, if you want to know my health shit, yeah, I've got a tumour that is slowly killing me in the old noggin, in the brain, which is not the best place to have a tumour, I guess. But I spend my time with you legends and doing this stuff. I enjoy my job. Right, initial reports are that 12 missiles have been launched from southern Lebanon towards northern Israel. And they are appearing to all have been intercepted. So I'll put this on screen so you can have a look. This is what witnesses are saying about what happened at the festival yesterday. If you'd like to have a read of that. The record watching yesterday was just over 2,000. It was like 2016 or something, I think. Right. So I'm not going to read it out loud, but I think you guys can read it. I'm sure if you've read that, you can just see how fucking insane that is. Like how, like, yeah, there's not much. There's going to be no fucking forgiveness for what's happened here. Bloody shocking. So, yeah, it's pretty unbelievable, and I don't think there'll be much mercy. Yeah, there is a border to Egypt with lots of tunnels, but it's still not gonna take that much through. Benjamin Fairhole, mate, thank you for your donation. I really appreciate that, and thank you for sharing your time with me as well, brother. I really, really appreciate it. Red Dragon, you become a Mega Willy member. Thank you very, very much. Yeah, mate, you come back and still going. Still going. How far into this stream are we? We are 5 hours and 50 minutes. I don't think I'm that far off actually than getting some sleep. Purely just because I want to be able to have a bit of a longer day tomorrow. If this does kick off, that we can continue through and watch more of that. The Ben 10 appearance. So there are more warnings about potentially like pro-Hamas people rising up in Western countries like America and stuff as well, but we're unsure exactly on if that will actually come together. Yeah, so more confirmation that 12 missiles were fired from Lebanon into northern Israel as well. Which, of course, has taken us above 800 Israelis have been killed in this, which is a huge couple of days. Chompers, mate, thank you very much for your donation. I really appreciate it. Thank you, everyone who is donating. If you are donating, please consider the PayPal link in the what's it called? Pinned comment at the top as well, as YouTube do take 30% of your donation if you donate through super chats, so it's better off through PayPal, but either way I really do appreciate it, so thank you very, very much. Donos equal beers. I might have a quick look and see what the mainstream is saying. Let's see what they are saying is the main story trending currently for Israel. Right, live updates. Yeah, the main bits we're getting at the moment is that they're cutting off the immediate cut-off of all water supplies to the Gaza Strip. Saying what was in the past will no longer be in the future. So, yeah, so the post, the Instagram post, Twitter post that has followed with the announcement of the water cutoff has said what was in the past will no longer be in the future. I'll be back in 1 second. No, I didn't go for a piss. My girlfriend needed help moving something heavy. Some of those packages arrived today, and I put them directly in the way. So I heard it drag, and I'm like, no, I had to run out and help. I don't think that I'm going to be on for too much longer, to be honest, guys. It's been a fairly slow day, but we will be doing some of these in the next couple of days, mainly because we do believe we will see this ground invasion at some point, and when that ground invasion comes through, it is going to get pretty fucking wild. As we all know, I know that's not News 21. But they do need to plan their defensive action. Will this affect weapons and money to Ukraine? It definitely could. We don't really know yet how that will go, but it definitely could do. But I don't know. I don't think this will affect the weapons and money going to Ukraine as much as like the counteroffensive has affected that itself. But it definitely takes eyes away from Ukraine, and it does take it being out of the main and top in the media and top in whatever in conflict. So I guess if it takes things away, it does that. So yeah, that's how it is. But it definitely could affect Ukraine. You can see people on the stream, if you're watching it now, pulling out money from ATMs as well. But thank you, Tack, for the donation and your question. I really do appreciate it. Right, let us know. Would you like a summary of today's events? Let me know. Danny Murray, you're a legend. Yeah, I'm needing a break. I might do a couple of updates. See if anyone else wants to donate, do whatever, and then we might head off from there. So here's the summary basically of today's events from we'll read Al Jazeera's, and I'll put my own bit and see what's going on as we go. If you'd want to watch then the live cameras in Gaza, I'll send those through now. That is the live cameras we're watching. That's a mix of 4 of them. So what is your basic or overall opinion on the conflict in Israel? I know you try and stay unbiased, but would like to hear your take on it. I only just got here. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well. Thanks, Dylan. I do appreciate your donation as well. Well, I think my take is that both countries have done shit that is horrible to each other over time. But the attacks yesterday from the militants of Hamas yesterday was absolutely absurdly fucked that we saw. We haven't seen anything that bad in a long, long time. And on that scale, and it was a total embarrassment that Israelis intelligence services didn't pick that up with their surveillance, intelligence, reconnaissance sort of stuff. So it's fucking weird, but I'm also not really for the idea of cutting the water and stuff as well. I get cutting the electricity, but the water is a bit rough. I'd like to know what you guys think of cutting the water into Gaza as well. Now, quick update. It's on this link. So, at least 232 Palestinians have been killed in Israel air attacks Gaza Strip today. At least 250 Israelis have been killed today, which is probably a lot more. That's a shit update. Just gonna do it ourselves. So what we've really seen today militarily, we've just seen really pretty much same as yesterday. So we've seen that Israel is conducting mass strikes across Gaza, that they're striking Hamas targets, trying to soften it up and striking critical infrastructure targets as well. So strategic targets, just completely flattening those as much as they can and breaking through things. Now as well, they finally got into then the what's it called? The festival where that was happening, and that was just shocking. So many stories of just horrific abuse acts there as well, and that 260 something people, 260 plus, have been killed in there, and that they have basically said that they're going to be like treating Hamas like animals as well. So they could cut all the electricity and cut the power off to Gaza, as Israel is mobilizing another up to 300,000 troops. It's gone up from 100,000 now to 300,000. So very, very insane stuff here. And we're sort of waiting for what we will eventually see, I guess, as a large-scale ground invasion. Danny, you are a G. Would someone say the rooftop cameras are getting told to leave? I said there'd be more, there could be more airstrikes at night time, just because people will be coming back to centres, like logistical centres, back to logistics centres, things like that, to do like handover takeovers, and also like refill, things like that. So we may see an increase in strikes. But as far as like night ops, we probably see more like ground op because of the overmatch, as of course Israel will be using night fighting equipment, thermal, whatever, and that isn't anywhere near as commonly used by Hamas in Palestine either. Willie, in the case of the music festival, what sort of military significance will Palestinians claim for that? None. There is none. There's nothing there. Anyone who tries to justify like the military thing is a fucking dickhead. It's just disgusting. Right, what have we been streaming? 6 hours. That's been a long 6 hours. Oh. Well, I think I'm not far off, lads. Maybe ditching the stream, getting in bed, and then getting everything ready maybe for tomorrow. If you like what I've done, there's a link at the top for PayPal, so we don't get the 30% super chat taken off like we do on this. But otherwise, if you like what I do, like to support me, this is what I do for a job. So if you'd like to support me, there's links here, little money thing, or that to donate to my cause. I think you can donate up to I think you can do 5 cents. So however, so I really, really appreciate it. But otherwise, thank you for being here. I really appreciate all of your time. What time will I stream tomorrow? I'm not really sure. I'm going to wake up. I need to ring one of my mates, get him to help me come and lift some stuff, because I can't lift it by myself as well. So I'm not sure what time I'll stream, but I'll get up, go to the gym, get some exercise in, get some sun. I didn't get like any sunlight today. I need to bloody get some sunlight. I need to see someone else too. Fuck. God, I don't know what time I'm going to stream. I'm going to try and wake up. Sorry, no, I can't talk. I'm so tired. I'm sorry. what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and get on the stream. We're seeing missiles go out if you'd like to watch the stream. Wait. Just wait. There we go. Sorry, I'm so tired. That's why I'm bloody slurring my speech. I'm fucking dying. I'm going to try and start the stream around 2 p.m. Australian Adelaide time, which I believe will then line up more so with the morning of Israel. So I think if we line up with then Israel time in the morning, that'll be good odds to get, if the ground invasion happens early in the morning, we should catch on to that as well. I don't know how to set up notifications or whatever, but Legends, thank you for... what do the blue stars mean? Is that people that are like members? So thank you very much. Everyone's having Willy in there. Oh, you know what we've missed again? We've missed out on doing the bloody flying the drone. I promise we'll fly the drone at some point. I promise we will definitely do that. Members. I've got a heap of members in here. Thank you guys for being members. Right. Any last donations to make me sleep better? No. Right. Has everyone done? Everything dusted? If you'd like to support me, there's links below every video. Otherwise, I appreciate yourself. Have a great sleep. Have a great day wherever you are. Look after yourself. And we will chat to you a little bit later on. And thank you, Danny, for sending some guys some memberships as well. I hope that you guys enjoy all of that. 6 hours, 10 minutes. I need a fucking shower. Righto, lads. Thank you very much. Night. Cheers.